yesterday, the big question was, what is our stand on the Palestine and Israeli war? And well, that is among the things that are yet to be discussed in this summit. So I guess let's wait and see how that goes. Of course, that is an issue that was already tabled yesterday, but we wait to see how the entire summit pronounces itself in regards to the same, where they are positioned in regards to that particular war. But now, let's get to the seasoned Robert Chirabonyonyi. Good morning, Robert.
A lovely morning to you, team, and of course our viewers. Thank you so much for hanging up with us. Well, it's day 2, and of course the meeting for senior officials and the NAM member states is still continuing today. But very interesting, we must also not forget to mention that Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, who happens to be Uganda's permanent representative to the United Nations, was elected. That is the chair of this meeting. But also concern comes with how the Arab states wanted so much to have the Palestinian issue on schedule, despite the fact that the working document was worked on in the earlier updates. So they said, no, let's ensure other technicalities that could have happened also are captured. So yes, like you said, I'm also eager to see how that issue is going to be handled, but also very eager to look at what the meeting of senior officials will come up with that is going to be scrutinized by the Council of Ministers. Then that will feed into the presidents and head of governments meeting.
And well, of course, Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, who is elected as the new chairman, was quoted saying that, I promise to chair this senior officials preparatory meeting with transparency and openness. Those are some of his key opening words as he was addressing the delegates that were part of day 1 of the summit. But like I said, you can use the hashtag NAM Summit UGI 2024 on the X app to join the conversation online and keep that hashtag moving, but also keep your eyes glued on your national broadcaster. I love the fact that almost every household, or let's say almost every office yesterday, had a glimpse of what the national broadcaster has to say in regards to this particular NAM summit. And when I went back home, my neighbor was tuned to UBC from morning till evening time. And then I think that is something that we can actually pick up from there in regards to how we are here to inspire Ugandans. And this time around, we're inspiring the entire NAM. So it's not just Uganda. But besides that, we do have some local news that we've gathered for you. And this is the time for us to check out what is happening from the local scene.
Well, we'll begin with the opening of NAM that happened countries under the non-aligned movement. Speaking during the opening of the 19th summit of the non-allied movement at Speak Resort Munyonyo in Kampala, Odong said Uganda believes in solidarity, which other countries under the NAM umbrella need to adopt. The minister's remarks came in a wake of challenges that these countries face, including security and health.
And moving on, Ugandan representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, was elected chairman preparatory senior officials meeting during the first session of the 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit in Rwenzori Convention Center at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Ambassador Adonia Ayebale told delegates the task ahead of them is to adopt the final outcome document and the Kampala Political Declaration, emphasizing the final document not be reopened because the ministers in Baku, Azerbaijan, held extensive negotiations and consultations on it under the leadership of Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijan chairmanship to the non-aligned movement has pledged to support the incoming Ugandan reign to advances report by the outgoing chairmanship of NAM Coordinating Bureau, which has served since October 2019. The report highlights substantial expansion in the text of the final document after fruitful three-time negotiations in both Baku and New York. The 19th NAM Summit is happening in Kampala, Uganda.
And moving on, as the NAM Summit opened in Kampala, security urged the public to cooperate during this period of hosting international summits, especially at the newly established security centers. Police spokesperson Fred Enanga told the media briefing at police headquarters in Naguru that additional security measures were put in place to monitor gatherings and patrols along major roads. Police have also clarified on the directive against private security holding guns during this period.
And lastly, in our local news stories, on the inaugural day of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in Munyonyo, traffic flow along the Non-Aligned Movement Corridor exhibited a semblance of normalcy, defying expectations of significant disruptions due to announced road diversions. Contrary to anticipated inconveniences, the utilization of motorcycles in certain diverted areas proved to be a convenient alternative. Also, the Entebbe Expressway reported smooth and unimpeded traffic flow, providing further reassurance of a well-managed transportation system during the event. The Non-Aligned Movement Summit kicked off yesterday at the Commonwealth Resort Munyonyo amidst regulated traffic guidance in and around the designated routes of Kampala. From the Namungona roundabout and the northern bypass onset, civilians in ordinary attire engaged in confrontations with taxi operators attempting to load passengers along the bypass in violation of established restrictions. The roads were characterized by a heavy security presence, including deployment of UPDF, military and police forces along the bypass. Notably, anti-riot water cannon trucks were strategically stationed for swift and effective responses. Traffic conditions remained unaffected through Mulago Kubiri, extending to Mulago Wandege roundabout and the Yusuf Lule up to Nile Avenue near UBC Television. At Dobsega roundabout, traffic appeared normal with the deployed traffic police guiding motorists. The Entebbe Expressway also reported normal traffic flow all the way to the Commonwealth Resort Munyonyo. Delegates' vehicles were on various routes transporting delegates, and on Wavamno Road leading to the venue of the Kansanga Gaba Road, delegates from Muyenga and the city accessed the venue. At this point, traffic would be momentarily stopped each time a motorcade arrived, guided by lead motorbikes and patrols. Despite concerns, much anticipated inconveniences were not witnessed on the first day of the 19th NAN.
And well, that is what we gathered for you, what we managed to gather for you from the locals.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard attacks
traders elated over the Kampala traders elated over
I've been.
Today, the big question was, what is our stand on the Palestine and Israeli war? And well, that is among the things that are yet to be discussed in this summit. So I guess let's wait and see how that goes.
Of course, that's an issue that was already tabled yesterday, but we wait to see how the entire summit pronounces itself in regards to the same, where they are positioned in regards to that particular war. But now, let's get to the seasoned Robert Chirabo-Nyonyi-Ntono. Good morning, Robert.
A lovely morning to you, team, and of course our viewers. Thank you so much for hanging up with us. Well, it's day 2, And of course, the meeting for senior officials and the NAM member states is still continuing today. But very interesting, we must also not forget to mention that Ambassador Adonia Ayebale, who happens to be Uganda's permanent representative to the United Nations, was elected. That is the chair of this meeting. But also concern comes with how the Arab states wanted so much to have the Palestinian issue on schedule, despite the fact that the working document was worked on in the earlier updates. So they said, no, let's ensure other technicalities that could have happened also are captured. So yes, like you said, I'm also eager to see how that issue is going to be handled, but also very eager to look at what the meeting of senior officials will come up with that is going to be scrutinized by the Council of Ministers. Then that will feed into the presidents and head of
pay TV platforms.
Well, good morning again. We are live and you're on time. That would be the better word to use currently. 1 minute off the hour of 7 o'clock. I'm Joram Paul Sonko, and our discussion this time round in the newsreel is taking us to day one analysis of the NAM summit. Of course, Uganda is the host nation for this particular summit of 2024, and we are holding the chairmanship from 2024 to 2027. Good news it is, indeed it is. And of course, with our observations from day one, it is what we are going to be highlighting in our newsreel this time round. But besides that, just to remind you of the theme of this particular year, which is looking at deepening cooperation for shared global affluence. Now, this particular one is centered around the cooperation, which is very, very critical and very crucial. But this morning, I do have a special guest with me, and we're going to be discussing more of the same, his takeaway points and what he thinks or what would be better to be discussed on day two, or as we continue with the summit, which kicked off on the 15th of January till the 20th of this very month, or to be more particular, this very week. Now, my guest in studio this time round is the Consul General of the Consulate General of Uganda to the UAE, that is to Dubai in the UAE, that is none other than Ambassador Henry Maiga. A very good morning, sir. Many thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning.
And Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year to you too. And everybody in the studio, and Ugandans as well, and
yes,
my president, of course.
Yes, indeed. And the good thing, though, is the fact that we are also in a very wonderful week of diplomatic meetings, discussions, and the like. So it's a happy NAM week to our Ugandans and all the delegates as well. Looking at it in this way, let's first of all get into day one of the NAM summit. What are your observations and what would be your takeaway points from the day?
Absolutely. The first thing which I want to say is that this country had gone to the doldrums in terms of diplomacy. And so we've come a long way.
True.
It was extremely difficult before 1986 to have all these series of meetings happening in quick succession. And therefore, my argument has always been that President Yoweri Museveni and his administration restored Uganda into the international files of honor. Extremely important for us to observe that. Because how many countries are there in the world that have had these meetings, one after the other? The NAM, the G77 plus China conference. And even within that, there is also the IGAD.
True.
The IGAD is going to take place on the 18th of January. And all these meetings, in my view, are extremely important for our diplomatic offensive. So it's, in my view, it's a diplomatic coup by Uganda to have 3 meetings at one go. Extremely important. And of course, yesterday, as you say, and as you asked, what are the take-homes in as far as what happened yesterday? First of all, the attendance was extremely important. In terms of numbers, we realized a very good quorum, and of course, delegates are still coming, at least as far as the information coming through from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have realized the numbers that we anticipated to have. And therefore, for me, that is a stamp of approval in the diplomacy as it is practiced by my country and by the administration of President Yoweri Museveni. So it's extremely important that for us as a country, we have received these visitors, and the visitors have also accepted that Uganda is a good place to be.
Yes.
And they are here with us. And I'm happy that Ugandans have actually welcomed them. There is no food on the streets. That is also a plus to us, because it is another stamp of approval by our own people that we can have a meeting or meetings of international community of this nature happening in our country, and then we receive these people, help them out, discuss things that affect the member states of the NAM, which is 120 member states, as you know.
Yes.
And then 20 observer states. I hope people know that.
We also
and
have 10
international organizations. Extremely important. In other words, the NAM alone is the second biggest international organization in the world after the UN. Extremely important for us too. And therefore, when it comes together, when it comes home to Kampala, I think, in my view, that represents a stamp of approval in our diplomatic offensive on the global scene. And the subsequent, of course, benefits out of that are too many.
Ambassador, you represent the country in Dubai, if that is the better word to use.
Absolutely.
Looking at it in this way, Dubai, which is in the United Arab Emirates, and the United Arab Emirates is also a member state to the non-aligned movement. So when you look at also the theme, which enhances or prioritizes cooperation, how can Uganda as a country partner with the UAE in order to enhance or meet the objectives of the non-aligned movement?
Extremely important, because the UAE, as you've said, and of course Uganda, are part and parcel of the NAM, and that brings us together as a family. But of recent, probably to take the Ugandans back to what has been happening in the last 2 years between Uganda and the UAE, and Dubai to be specific, is that we have had President Yoweri Museveni visit the UAE 3 times in a row. That is extremely important for us. And what has President Yoweri Museveni been doing with his counterparts in the UAE? Namely to spur trade, namely to increase on the political collaboration between the two countries, and quite a number of other things as spin-offs of those diplomatic offensives between the two countries. And therefore, in my view, that is a plus to us, because there are so many, I don't want to go into the statistics of how we have increased the volume of trade between the two countries as a result of President Yoweri Museveni being much more cozy with the UAE. The volume of trade has increased in the last few years. The remittances from the diaspora in that country, the Ugandan diaspora in the UAE, has increased by leaps and bounds. And the potential is there for us to even burgeon these dimensions, economic dimensions, much further. And that definitely will be a plus to our economy. And I believe this is the way to go. As others choose to extricate us out of the AGOA and other trading arrangements, we are getting new friends. And therefore, in my view, Ugandans shouldn't be worried that some have chosen probably to deny us that opportunity to lose something like only $10.5 million in terms of AGOA. But we are making additions to our economy in terms of collaborating with other countries, including the UAE.
Okay.
Because trade is increasing, the remittances are increasing, and the political cooperation between Uganda and the UAE is also in the increase. And so the same thing is happening to a number of other countries. And so when the NAM and the G77 plus China conference and then the IGAD come to Kampala in one row, those are pluses, which are unequaled in the past.
I love the word you use. You call it the political, there's a statement you use which had a coup in it.
Diplomatic coup.
Diplomatic coup.
Absolutely.
That's how it can actually be termed.
Absolutely. It's extremely difficult to have these 3 meetings in the capital at one go. And somebody should name for me any other country that has had this kind of opportunity to have the NAM, which is 120 plus states coming to the city, then the G77 plus the China conference coming to the city at the same time, and also the IGAD
Very rare.
summit also coming to Kampala. And you remember even before that, we had the Speakers Conference in Kampala.
A week before.
A week
Exactly.
before.
So the preparations.
And the Chogam before. And so many other meetings which have been taking place in Kampala. So for me, this is a stamp of approval, not only of the importance of Uganda on the international stage, in terms of diplomacy, it is a plus in many ways, because there is even a business forum in the middle of, amidst all of these meetings that we're having in the capital. And out of that, expect that trade deals are going to be struck. Probably we're going to attract more FDIs into our country, and creating more jobs, more industries, and so on and so forth. So these are extremely important opportunities, and therefore the inconvenience which I have had some media houses talking about, for instance, last night, that people have been removed from the streets, that the borders have been told to get off the streets and all these kinds of things. This is just for a short time. And I've seen it happen in other countries whenever there are international meetings of that nature, that you have to create an atmosphere of calmness, an atmosphere of all sorts of things, extremely important for us to show the international community how we can be that diplomatic, how we can be that receptive of visitors, which is also not only Ugandan, but also African.
Okay.
But when you get visitors, you have to accept them.
Ambassador, let's try to think locally now. The viewers, most of them are picking onto the idea of the NAM summit, or most have actually picked onto the idea this very year. Looking at it from the benefit side, how does Uganda benefit from NAM entirely, if you look at it?
Absolutely. NAM, first of all, as we said, is the second biggest organization after the UN.
After the UN.
The UN can boast of something like almost 200 states. Now the next one is NAM. Extremely important. I don't want to go into the histories of NAM. I'm sure that many people in this country have taken interest to know what the mission is.
And we are continuing to do that for them here.
And therefore, it is an extremely important meeting, the NAM, of course the G77 plus China conference, and also the IGAD. All of them are geared, in my view, towards political stability, not only in our country, but also in the region, and also on the international scene. That is a plus. Because if people come to the city here, including heads of state of those respective countries, to discuss about how we can stabilize the world, which has become extremely volatile, as you know. You have the Gaza-Israel problem, you have the Ukraine, and there's something else that I should have mentioned even at the beginning of this conversation, because we were neutral. We became neutral. We took the position of neutrality in the UN when we were voting on the Russia-Ukraine
war
debacle, which some people have chosen to call a conflict. And therefore that gave us a plus. And I believe that it's one of the strong reasons as to why we were chosen as the next hosts of the NAM and all these other meetings. Because that, it has also been it has also been a position of the NAM actually to remain as neutral from the contending blocks, political blocks on the globe. And so when we rhyme with that, it means we're actually a very strong bona fide country of the NAM. And therefore, this NAM, in my view, and the G77 plus China conference, and also the IGAD, and quite a number of others, who knows? This is probably could be just a spark of the rest of the meetings that I can take place in Kampala. So it is, in my view, it's a very, very important opportunity for us to have these meetings, most especially the NAM and the G77, and of course also the IGAD, that these are going to spur lots of political cooperation. These are going to spur lots of trade opportunities with other countries. These are going to spur lots of collaboration in other fields like scientific, probably research and so on and so forth. There are so many spin-offs. And in the interest of time, of course, we can't go into all of those, but it's just a build-up to something that is better, that is going to make our economy, because these people are coming here and they're going to spend lots of money.
True.
They're spending, because I saw the figure which was given by the Minister of Foreign Affairs that we expected 1,500 people
coming into the country.
The numbers could be even beyond 2,000.
And the arrivals are coming more and more starting today. Absolutely.
Now, each one of those 1,500 people, let's take that conservative figure. If they came with $10,000, if you are a good mathematician, how many dollars are those that these people are bringing to the economy in terms of expenditure?
I won't run the figures now, but I can tell you it's
and besides that, what about the business deals? That is another plus to our country. So this is a very big opportunity. This country has never had an opportunity where you've had, or you're having 3 international meetings of that importance happening in one row.
And well, of course, day one of the summit saw meetings or kicked off with senior officials preparatory meetings. And within those particular meetings, we had two committees that were formed. One committee was looking at the political committee, then the other is economic and social affairs committee. And it's upon this particular background that, Ambassador, I want us to look at what you think should be discussed, but we're going to start from the political part of it before we break down what the other committees should look at in regards to the discussion. These discussions continue even today, and our duty is to make sure that we keep you updated with what will be decided throughout those particular meetings. Ambassador, looking at the political committee, what key issues do you think should be addressed?
I'm sure, and already as you must have seen last evening, because there's supposed to be a Kampala declaration.
Yes.
And it's going to make a summary of
whatever was discussed.
What was discussed. And what are the positions on each one of these things. Of course, there's the first and most important, in my view, should be how to strengthen the political cooperation at the political level of the NAM member states. Extremely important, because from time to time, there is going to be, we're going to be chairman of NAM for the next 2 years. Yeah? Next 2 years. So in that period of time, what is going to happen in terms of the politics? I want to see lots of political cooperation between the NAM states, because it is a force to reckon with on the international scene, and therefore it can influence so many other political decisions. And you have all these, conflicts on the globe. You have the Israel-Hamas conflict, which was talked about yesterday. You remember so many observations were made, especially by the Arab states and quite a number of other people about that. You have the Ukraine, you have the Ukraine or Russia-Ukraine conflict. True. That is mind-boggling to everybody. And those who thought that probably they would solve it. And the position of the AU was very clear. And I want to believe that also it's the NAM, and probably even the G77 plus China conference, are going to interest themselves on these problems. Yeah? The IGAD, because I don't want us to extricate the IGAD from these meetings which are going to take place. Of course, you know that there has been a problem between Somalia and Ethiopia. Yes. That is one thing. There is another between Burundi and Rwanda. We have an interest in that one. There is also the stabilization of Southern Sudan. That is an extremely important thing for all these meetings to consider. But of course, the emphasis, I want to appreciate the fact that most of the emphasis now is on the NAM, because the other two meetings have not taken place, the G77 plus China, and also the IGAD, because those are going to happen a little later.
After the NAM.
So the NAM has definitely is going to consider, to interest itself in quite a number of those international, conflicts or debacles, if you may want, for lack of a better word, so that ways can be found of resolving them. Extremely important, because if the world must go ahead in terms of political cooperation, in terms of trade, in terms of all sorts of things, including the social aspects that you named,
yes,
we have to work together. There is no way how the world is going to be working in a disjointed manner, and then we begin to imagine that actually these things are going to be solved. So it's extremely important that these meetings, especially the NAM, interest themselves in this.
And well, when we get into the social affairs or the economic and social affairs committee, one of the key worries as well, or some of the key challenges that were highlighted, includes the issue to do with debt sustainability for the member states of NAM. What other points do you feel, or what other issues at hand do you think should be discussed from the economic point of view and then the social point of view? Because last year, if I'm to put it from the social affairs part, last year when when the president asserted into law the Anti-Homosexuality Act, we received threats and of course other sanctions from the West. Looking at it in that way, what do you think should be discussed from that particular committee?
Of course, debt relief is extremely important because this is a subject which has been with us for a very long time, that the developing world is heavily indebted. And there was an attempt, you and I know, that those who have been giving out these monies to the various countries kind of do a debt relief to the recipient countries of the loans that have been given to us. And therefore, if that becomes part of the discussions of the NAM and the subsequent meetings, as we've said, it will be a plus, because ways and means must be found in order to relieve these economies. And one way of doing that is debt relief. The other one is to increase trade partnerships between the member states of NAM. Extremely important, because once we do that, then more revenues are going to be realized by member states, including my country. And therefore, if you get more revenue, it means, if you have done economics, it means that you will borrow less and less. Because if you sell your products, goods and services to other countries, that means you are getting revenue. And once you have that revenue, there will be no need of you borrowing. Overborrowing. Because when you overborrow, it becomes extremely difficult for you to realize the economic development that you aspire to have.
Because you're stretching your debt.
Because you're overstretching actually your capacity in terms of budgeting and all these kinds of things. So it's extremely important for us to increase the trade volumes, to remove the tariff barriers, in most majority of cases the non-tariff barriers between ourselves, so that we can sell as much as we can. What many Ugandans should realize is the fact that actually Uganda is a very important producer of special agricultural products. And these, at least as far as I'm concerned, in Dubai where I am, a lot of produce comes. It comes to that country, and we're realizing quite a lot of revenue as a result of that. The volume of trade is assumed to be around, we need to be exact on the figures, but at least in a couple of years, maybe 1 or 2, it has been at something like $1.2 billion US. And that, I mean, we can even increase that, given the cooperation that we are realizing between Uganda and the UAE. So, extremely important for us to talk about in the midst of all these things, where we are being sanctioned and we are being removed from some trading blocks. I mean, we can compensate that, in my view. If others are not happy because we have passed the
homosexuality law, yes.
I don't care about it. For me, I don't want even to call it anti-homosexuality, but it's just anti-sodomy law.
Okay.
And that has caused us lots of problems with some friends of ours who thought that probably we should just rhyme with everything. And in my view, it's just an interference with our democracy. Because that law, before it was passed, it went through the litmus test of what democracy is about.
True.
You remember Parliament discussed it and all these kinds of things. They had a quorum this time around. You remember in the past, Parliament approved the bill without a quorum, but this time we had a quorum.
There was voting and everything.
Because you and I know that this thing is before the competent courts of law of this country, but others got estranged from us because we passed that law. And therefore, in their view, we had to be struck out of AGOA. Fine, let be. That is just something like $10.5 million that we were realizing from AGOA. It couldn't even expand much more. But we can compensate all of these things by having more partnerships with more NAM states, with more G77 plus China conference states, and Uganda itself as well.
Okay.
And Uganda is a food basket, as many people would appreciate. And therefore we can sell much of our produce to these countries that we are making friendships with.
All right. And just quick facts and a quick one from day one observations as well. The session on political affairs is chaired by Ambassador Donia Ayebare, since Uganda has now taken over the NAM chairmanship at the level of the senior officials. But not only that, the session on economic and social affairs is further chaired by Ambassador John Leonard Mugerwa. Now, the outcomes of these particular engagements will be communicated. And besides the communications, we are here to make sure that you get everything that is coming in from these particular meetings and discussions. Also, what we do know so far is that in regards to the arrivals, as of yesterday, the Civil Aviation Authority did confirm that 12 of the senior officials landed, or 12 of the 403 delegates that have been recorded or are already in Uganda. So as of today, we do have a team as well at the Entebbe International Airport that will be able to bring you every detail in regards to who is arriving, from which state are they coming in, under which capacity or under what capacity are they coming into the NAM Summit. Of course, today is day 2 of the NAM Summit, and we are here to make sure that you are inspired, not only you as a Ugandan, but the entire NAM states that are being represented in the country. So you can definitely rush onto the X app using the hashtag NAM Summit the NAM Summit UGI 2024, and you can share your views and opinions on the same matter. Ambassador, what would be, your takeaway points in regards to the future of such diplomatic meetings from Uganda from Uganda's perspective. We do have some new government officials or ministers who are new to such an experience, unlike some of you who have been in here for quite some time in regards to organizing the like. But looking at a future trajectory of where this is placing us as a country, first as a host nation, then secondly, for the future summits of this nature that we'll be able to host.
Absolutely. I think, in my view, some in this country may not agree with me. We are on a totally different footing in terms of diplomacy. And for the very first time in the post-independent Uganda history, because the diplomacy that we are seeing at the moment is as a result, as I've said at the beginning of this conversation, as a result of the restoration of our country into the international files of honor by the Yoweri Museveni administration. That one is, people can debate that, but it's for a fact, because I've not seen this. I've been in this country for about 60 years now, and I know it exceedingly well that we've not had this happen the way it is happening at the moment. That you can have, as I said before, the NAM, you can have the G77 plus China conference, and you can have the IGAD taking place in one row, one after the other, in a space of about 1 week and a half. Okay. Extremely, I've not seen it in my life. I've been here for quite a bit of time, and I've known this country of mine as a country which was pulled out of the doldrums in terms of political, standing on the international scene by the Yoweri Museveni administration. And I appreciate the fact that we are where we are because of the kind of leadership that we have in this country. Okay. Now, having said that, these meetings, as I've said before, have presented us with a diplomatic offensive, which I have not seen before, again. Because for the very first time, we are having so many countries come here. When we had the CHOGM, those were less numbers. When we had the OAU in 1975, we're talking about only about something like 54 nations coming to Kampala in 1975, and quite a number of other meetings, international meetings that we had in this country. Never before have we had this number of country delegations or leaderships coming to the city to discuss matters of importance on in terms of diplomacy, in terms of how to increase the development of ourselves as member states of these international organizations. Never before have we had an opportunity to have those numbers of people coming to spend in the economy. It is for the very first time that I'm seeing this happen, and I think we have to thank God and also appreciate the fact that the leadership that we have, since they say that there is no leadership that doesn't come from God, for having done all these kinds of things for our country. Extremely important for us to appreciate that. And so the sky is the limit as to what we can achieve out of these meetings. And as I've said, there are quite a number of political benefits out of that, quite a number of business benefits out of that, because of the business partnerships that we anticipate are going to happen. Okay. There are, opportunities to do with the increasing the volumes of trade, and quite a number of other things. There are so many other spin-offs. In the interest of time, I will not go into the details, because one would have even loved to give the statistics.
Well, later on, as we move on with our discussions, the ambassador will be here to give us more details in the second hour. And to our viewers out there, so stick around, because the ambassador does have quite a number of details that he will be giving us from the diplomatic point of view as well. And of course, our discussion in the newsreel, which has been centered around analysis of the day one of the NAM summit, does seem to come to an end. Just also a quick one to remind you is that the NAM is the non-allied movement has 120 member states, and South Sudan is likely to make the 121st member country. But besides that, we also have 18 observer states, and then 10 organizations that are part of this particular bloc, or the non-aligned movement. And the theme for the non-aligned movement 2024 is deepening cooperation for shared global affluence. My guest this morning has been the Consul General of Uganda to the Consulate General in Dubai, UAE, Ambassador Henry Maiga. And of course, later on, to our dear viewers, he'll be back as we analyze day 2 of the NAM Summit. So stick around to UBC, your national broadcaster. Coming up shortly is the Tourism Express with Alan Namisango. So stick around. Good morning.
Juko.
Yo.
Wachikuwa. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Juko.
Yo.
Wachikuwa. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
I think that's why, since I was a child, I have always dreamt of visiting the source of life of my land. A commitment of taking care of your people and planet presents a challenge. A challenge that leads you into the unknown, where all the answers that you dreamt of are hidden. Exploring untouched paradises, where the mysteries of nature peer at you from the heart of the forest. All of them connected by the water that flows downstream from the peak of the kingdom.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Non-Allied Movement Summit happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo and UBC. We are committed to ensure that we keep you updated with whatever is happening, not forgetting that we will be giving you live coverage of the entire NAM sessions. That is from day 1, we did live to our promise, and day 2, we will also do the same. Now, yesterday we saw the senior officials meeting kickoff, that was yesterday, and today, which will come up with finally information that will be scrutinized by the Council of Ministers and that will be fed into the meeting of heads of states and, of course, heads of government. Now, that being said, there is also a side event aimed at promoting business opportunities. And of course, we know that even when you look at the initial principles of NAM, apart from looking at decolonization and not aligning with any of the superpowers then, during the Cold War, there is economic development of these countries. Now, Government of Uganda and Private Sector Foundation Uganda organized the East Africa Investment and Trade Forum and Trade Exhibition that kicked off yesterday at the Serena Kampala Hotel. And joining me, I have Ronnie Morongo, who happens to be PSFU Manager, Member Services with me. Good morning.
Good morning.
How have you been? How is work at PSFU?
Our work at PSFU is very fine, and we are doing on well. And talking about what we have today, everything is moving on very fine. And we are all geared up and pushing the event. We want to ensure that what we get, most importantly, where there's a political, there's economical factors that are affecting it, that are running in a country. And so for Uganda, this is something that is really very, very interesting for us. And it has come timely. The country has been through a lot, COVID and so forth. Now we are back on track and we are getting there, and wham, boom, what comes in? Through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of Uganda putting up together, you're ensuring that now we have the NAM summit and the G77 together. But the sideline event, that came in as a baby from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because it's the first of its kind. And we did not have such. If you notice, if you go, you've given a very good brief background about the NAM summits. And you'll notice that there's none that has ever had a business forum. And today is the day too, as you've mentioned. We began yesterday. It's begun yesterday, 15th, and it's going to end tomorrow. It's a 3-day investment forum and trade exhibition, which is starting. We started yesterday, 15th, and ends tomorrow. But this is very, very interesting to us because we have got opportunity as a country. You know, our country, people have got, the outside world has known our country for all other bad things, but we have a lot of good things, and we manufacture a lot of products. So this is the opportunity that we have got. And for those who are in position, I know not everyone will be, because coming for the event, you have to be accredited at the forum. But for those ones who are following through UBC, you can see exactly, and I'm very happy with UBC that they are showing the outside world live what is taking place there. So that is the opportunity right now for the outsider, especially the Ugandans, to know that we have the products. Because we want those out, we apart from importing, we also want to export. They can buy products from us here.
Now, that said, Ronnie, maybe a quick one. I want to talk about private sector foundation Uganda. We are also talking about the East African Business Forum and Trade Exhibition. My viewer may be asking, why is that connectivity? So briefly, what does Private Sector Foundation Uganda do, and how do you come into the picture to have this business summit?
Private Sector Foundation Uganda, we are the apex body for the private sector in Uganda. And having been founded by our forefathers who started it, the brainchild of private sector, that is the late Professor James Mulwana, with a team of other associations that came together. There were 11 in number. Because during at the time, we noticed that there were different associations that came, and each of them kept on going to the ministries and government, discussing with government on how they can support their individual associations. And this is the Uganda Manufacturers Associations, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We had Uganda Small Scale Industry Insurers Associations. There were 11 in number. So when they came together, government had told them that, you know what, why don't you start up an association? That speaks for all of you, because what you have is all the same. And that's how PSFU was formed way back in the 1995. And as we kept on moving, things have kept on changing. The mandate has moved on. So we have a 4-pronged mandate. Now that's how we come into this. So one of the mandates is we're looking at policy and advocacy. This is where we talk about the private sector and the government. We discuss with them what are affecting their businesses. Then we have evidence-based research, which is another mandate. And then business development, which is another, and then building partnerships. Now, the business forum comes in two angles of our mandate. Building partnerships, 1. 2 is the business development angle of it. So you'll find that the East African Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition comes into that of business development, because each of the businesses need to develop. In case that, 1, you need to open up markets for them. Now, what is the better way of opening up markets? If you can't, we carve the opportunity of these investors or whom we're looking at coming in, because not everyone will want to come and bring in their products. Others want to buy products from us. So when they get opportunity to know and say, you know what, Uganda has these products, why can't we buy from them? And we end up selling into our countries. For instance, right now we have NEC, which is doing the production of armored vehicles. And in the region here, and if you look at the region, it's the biggest so far, armored vehicles, and that one is the opportunity for them to sell. These are opportunity whereby the heads of state have come in from other countries within the region, and the target is, for instance, if you look at the country like, I'm looking at our neighbors, South Sudan, DR Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Kenya. This is opportunity for them to buy the armored vehicles. Not only that, we have our products. If you go there and you look at, one of the key things about Uganda is that our products, especially agro-processed, they are organic products. And this is opportunity for us to add some value to the products and ensure that they get out to reach. Because if you notice, most of these countries, especially those from Middle East, they are quite critical when it comes to the products that they are going to consume. And they look at organic products as a way in which they feel this is a safe product. And Uganda is the country that can do that. So this is opportunity for us as a country, and that is where the mandate of PSFU comes in. However, we are not in this business forum alone. We have been working with others. For instance, if you look at this, we are being coordinated by Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We had Ministry of Trade, which is handling the exhibition part. We have Uganda Investment Authority, Uganda Free Zones Authority, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Uganda Hotel Owners. You remember that most of these the business delegates who are coming in, generally they have to sleep in hotels. And when you look at bringing in the hotels, you are creating the whole value chain into the service industry. They have come in. Where are they going to sleep? So the Uganda Hotel Owners Association has been back. We have had the team from the transport and logistics sector. We've got Uganda Tourism Association into the committee. And the committee has been well encompassed to ensure that we look at a broader perspective. When the delegates come in, how do we ensure that we leave benefit for the country in which they have come?
Well, one would ask, we know all issues regarding NAM, government has heavily invested.
That's true.
Even this East Africa Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition at Serena, government has heavily invested. If I may put it to you, why is value for money in this, both in the short term and long term?
You know, what is so interesting, when we were in business, and for those of us who are in business, you know, and I usually tell people that what is very, very interesting about government is that government is always a silent partner in any business. And being a silent partner in any business is that the government knows at the end of the day, government's income comes through taxes. And now when government invests heavily into this, government wants to ensure that, one, if you, for instance, want to milk a cow, feed the cow well, and you'll get a lot of milk. And now government investing into this forum, government is looking at how do we gain more out of this, especially when the private sector comes in to get more income out of it. You're going to, for instance, I'm looking at you. If you have owned a business, you got opportunity to go and export. You know, when you export, at the end of the day, there are some taxes you're going to pay in doing business at the end of the day. Now, that is the benefit the government will get through that income they are getting. And if you're only one person, that is a little bit of it. But if the number is big, that one supports, and that one at the end of the day, government will also invest into other areas to ensure that at the end of the day, they benefit, and we also benefit as a private sector. And that is how it works. It's more of a chain. If you look at those who know how to ride the bicycles and you look at a chain, any weak link in a chain is the weakness of the chain. How you strengthen it helps support us in business. And so government does not want to have a weak link in any sort of in the economy or in anyone's business, into ensuring that one of the key things is how do we look for markets for our products. And that is very critical. And as PSFU, we're also coming in and working together because we have been the line between the government on one side and the private sector. We have been always in the middle and ensuring that we harmonize the situation and we work together to ensure that we are in harmony and the economy is growing.
Well, we're having quite a number of countries. NAM is about 120 countries, and we have most of these have at least sent delegations. But let's look at the quality of what we are putting out there. You know, it is one thing having an exhibition and you're having visitors, not the local people, coming in and looking at the quality of what you're putting on table. Yes, one would say majority of these are developing countries, but they could have had another limp when it comes to, for example, value addition. A number of these countries are quite doing fairer. So when you talk about what we are putting there, the quality of what you're putting on market for these people, one would not feel, if I am a visitor to Uganda and my country has better packaging, Maybe I would want to take something as a souvenir to prove I was in Uganda, but I may not be attracted to take on business. Yet the government could have invested so much, assuming that, well, there is going to be good cracking of deals.
When it comes to looking at the quality of products, believe you me, we have very good products in Uganda. Now, I'll look at what is there. So far, when you look at the companies that are exhibiting, I've talked about NEC. NEC generally, if you look at one of the key things that surprised me, I saw an Escalade. And I'm like, wow, is this manufactured by our team in Nakasongola? And they were like, yeah, this is it. You're looking at the armored vehicle, and I'm not believing that this is what is manufactured from here. Look at the example of Kira Motors. That is manufactured in Uganda. The most important thing is we, as Uganda, we have to first of all start by believing in ourselves. Outside there, our quality in terms of the products, we have it. They see that we have the quality products. When it comes to the agricultural products, they notice it and they know that we have the quality products.
But some of these have once in a while been rejected.
Exactly. Now, we have to work backwards. What do we need to do to ensure that our products are of quality? That is quite critical. Looking at the banana, I'm just taking an example of the banana. The ones in Uganda, we call it ndizi. We have the best, our bananas, sweet bananas. You know, when it comes to the sweet bananas, our bananas are the best. The pineapples even don't even mention. But the challenge is, when you look at what is out there, they are looking at the bananas. They'll tell you that, okay, according to the standards, I know some of the Ugandans won't believe what we're saying, that some of the standards, the banana has to be straight and so forth. You and I know that we've grown up, the banana is not what? Straight. The banana is a little bit, you see, curved, and that is quite critical for us. So this has been something that is really interesting. And the bananas, our bananas are quite nice. Recently we were out, and one of the key persons we went who had gone for the Swedish East African, and a gentleman was from Sweden. He happened to have been in Uganda, and we tested his pineapple. He said, "Did you test the pineapple?" He said, "Yes." "Did you enjoy it?" We told him, "It's not like ours." He said, "Yes, that's why I like coming to Uganda. You have the best pineapples in the world." Now, this shows you that we have the quality products, but what should we do to add value to the products to ensure that we also reach to the standards of the market? And we should learn to work together as a group. You know, one thing is that's why you see bees or safari ants as an individual, they can't overcome. But when they work together, they overcome it. And whatever you'll find that, however big an item is, they will either carry it or they will dismantle it and take it to feed for themselves. Now, that is the same thing that we have to develop in Uganda. How do we work together? If you're in the value chain of cocoa, you as a farmer, you look at your cocoa value and you're like, okay, I can't do this alone. I need to work with others in the same industry of cocoa to ensure that we develop the cocoa value chain. What is that is needed? And ensure that we grow it. For instance, if you go to the coffee area and you look at this, one of the associations, New Cafe. New Cafe has moved, and they move together as a group, as the farmer. The farmer owns the coffee right through their business model from the start up to the final consumer, and they have built a factory to ensure that they manufacture, they ensure that they process the coffee and export it. Now this is critical for us as a country.
Ronnie, that being said, one of the biggest questions that has been on the minds of very many Ugandans is the question, where does the ordinary Ugandan benefit from NAM, in which government has invested billions of money to have this happen? Now, you're talking about the likes of Kira Motors, those that are assembling vehicles. You're talking about big companies. And these in any way, even if you Google, they have websites, they're already there. Now the ordinary is the small medium enterprise. These little boys, the ordinary ones that have so much innovations. When you go to Katwe, when you go to, they're very innovative. Now, in this East African Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition, where did you capture them?
Now, we know what is very, very interesting. You've used a very good example of also Kira Motors, the way I used it. I'm going to talk at one of the key things when you look at the component of a vehicle. The component of a vehicle is quite critical in that there are many, you see the big thing, but there's something that is small. I'll use the example of the seat. Now, when you look at Kira Motors, the seat itself, preparing that seat, it's an SME. Who is doing it? If you go ahead and understand the business model of Kira Motors, it's an SME gentleman who is doing it to the standards of Kira Motors, developing the seat to what it is and to what they need. Now, that model is working so well that is where each of these SMEs that we have in Uganda benefit, especially in the manufacturing industry. This model, we got an opportunity to go to India to understand it. You look at the motorcycle Bajaj, and the side mirrors, it's an SME. A spoke, it's an SME. The tank, it's an SME. The saddle, the tire, each of those components. And apart from what the engine block, which is Bajaj doing it. And Bajaj knows that I come to you, I tell you that this is my standard. If I am going to manufacture, for instance, this phone, I'm looking at this component, I'll tell you I need this. This is what I want. And now our SMEs are benefiting in that area. In each of these, it's more of, we have the top person who is there as the lead, but then it cascades downwards it's more of like roots. How do you build it from the pyramid base going upwards? And that model is working worldwide. And that is where India is getting more from. So how do we copy from this and duplicate it into the Ugandan perspective? Because we have got so many MSMEs that are growing. And now the NAM has come in that most of these are the baseline. Because if I know that the market wants more of these products, I come back into now it's more of an X. I'll look at an X and I'm saying, okay, this side is the market, this side is the producer. Now my SMEs are on the right, my market is on the left, and I'm yet in the middle. How do I ensure that this works? And NAM has come in to close that back by ensuring that, okay, fine, Uganda, I'm showing you out, your private sector, the business people, I'm showing you, I've brought in this summit for you. That's what the government has done. Now, work backwards. They need products. What is it? If you can't, can you work together with the MSMEs, who are the biggest number in terms of production in Uganda? Work with them, put them together, combine it and bring it. And that is the model which is going to work for us. And to me, that's why government has ensured that we have NAM and G77 summits here into Uganda to showcase what we have very beautifully. At the end of the day, this will work backwards to these MSMEs to grow into their end.
Well, I don't know if it's still very early, but it is ending very soon. Now, I just want to ask you, usually private sector foundation and other investment bodies by government are able to mention that so far we've closed these big businesses amounting to this amount of money. Have you registered such or not yet?
It's yet early to start with conclusion on that, because what is happening in the investment and business trade exhibition and business forum today is more of, yesterday we started with exhibition. Day one was for exhibition. Day two is for business forum. We are going to talk about it. Day three is the investment package, where we have now all the East African countries coming in to pitch. You're pitching to the investors. Because we have got those ones from Qatar. You know, you have someone who is too rich, richer than some of these countries, an individual from one country, and now you're pitching and you want that one to come and invest. Most important thing is, how do we create employment for the youth? You know, Uganda, we have a very vibrant youth, hardworking youth.
Sung, actually.
But the thing is, how do we change their mindset too, to ensure that they love what work? Now, the investors that have come in here are those who are ready to put in money, and that one we thank Uganda Investment Authority to attracting them to come in. Now, this has been so critical for us. So, knowing the deals that have been closed right now, you can't tell, but by tomorrow you will have known. So, okay, this is the number that we have closed on, and now we are starting on this. Because as I've mentioned, yesterday was exhibition, today business forum, tomorrow investment section that we're going to look at, and then we close the whole.
Well, Ronnie, I just want to thank you so much for your time. I hope to host you here, and you're able to tell us how many billions of dollars on deals cracked will be coming in this country. Maybe in one or the other, we will have some combination, if there is really value for money, for such an event organized by government, through Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the private sector foundation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I must leave room for Tourism Express for you to know, and the guests in this country to better understand what are some of those places you can't go home without visiting, the must visits. Well, she'll be here to let you know more of that. Good morning.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Juko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Welcome to the GMU Tourism Express and good morning. My name is Irene Alenami Sango. Well, it is the second day of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that is happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo. And, you know, this is the time that we've been waiting for. Like, Uganda Tourism Board has been working so hard to see that it promotes Uganda as a MICE destination. And we are excited and glad that we are starting to have tangible results. We are starting to touch our tangible dream that we've always wanted, to have Uganda host so many summits and conferences. And just a week ago, we had the Commonwealth speakers. Now we have the NAM Summit. Next week, 7th Summit, and alongside these, so many other conferences are going on. And in the midst of all these conferences going on, what better time do we have to talk about Uganda's tourism? This is the perfect time to share the beauty that we have in the Pearl of Africa, to talk about the so many beautiful and amazing cultures, all distinguished with different aspects like the language, dress code, staple food, and to talk about the beautiful landscapes that we have in the country. Like, so much awaits for you as you come in for the business conferences, as you come in for the different summits. You need to spare a day or maybe 3 days and explore the beauty that there is in Uganda. Well, today, going into the travel attraction of the day, it is something very unique, yet it is so common to our eyes. Maybe some of you have been there just to maybe visit families. Some of the Ugandans, most of the Ugandans in Kampala, it is just their home village, but it is an amazing place to be, and that is Jinja. Jinja is the adventure capital of East Africa. It has a lot of attractions. It is seated on the source of the Nile, where the Nile River, that is the world's longest river, starts its journey northwards. And this city is dotted with so many waterfalls. And when you're in this place, it has something for everyone. If you're an adventure seeker, this is the perfect spot for you, because the adventurous activities that are in this place, like, they are numberless. When you talk about whitewater rafting, that is the first one on the list. Like, whitewater rafting, if you want to test the adrenaline of the country, of the river, and you just paddle through those white rapids, like, it is amazing. You just have to be confident. You sail through the rapids, like, you just have to be adventurous and explore the fun that is in Jinja. When you talk about bungee jumping, like, Jinja gives you the opportunity to take that leap of faith and kiss the Nile. Who wouldn't want to be here and kiss the longest river of the world? Like, who wouldn't want to do that? When you talk about the waterfalls in Jinja, you talk about the beautiful and Busowoko Falls, you talk about the amazing and magnificent Kalagala Falls, you talk about Itanda Falls. Like, Jinja is dotted with so many waterfalls. And then also other activities. What about visiting the separates itself from the Lake Victoria? Like, you stand, stood and said that, yes, this is the source of the Nile. Like, you just need to be in that spot. Like, you know, being at the source of the world's longest river. And then also talking about other activities, tubing the Nile. That is what I said, that Jinja has anything for anyone who wants to be here. If you're not so adventurous, you don't want to test the adrenaline, you do tubing, just relaxing off and sitting on the rubber donut tubes, and you just enjoy the beautiful scenery along the river, just enjoying the fresh air that is along the river, like, just enjoying maybe a Fanta or what. Like, it is an amazing experience for you to sit on these rubber tubes and enjoy the beautiful river. When you talk about quad bikes, this is when you explore the beautiful landscapes of Jinja. Using the quad bikes, it is just adventurous to be in this place. And definitely, I'm telling you, if you have a day or two, you need to be here. However much, even if you spend a week, you never stop, because Jinja, even the town, has so many beautiful markets. You walk around through colorful stalls of different fruits. I told you, Uganda is the fruit basket of Africa. Anything you want, you never fail to get in whichever part of the country that you visit. So if you have a day, just go and explore the beauty that there is in Jinja. Well, that is what we had for you about Jinja, the adventure capital of East Africa. And for the travel tip today that we have for you, is, as you're exploring Uganda, please endeavor to dive deeper into the cultures of the local people in the places where you're going to visit, because this gives you even better authentic experiences, because you get to interact with the people, you get to exchange cultures, you get deeper and more authentic experiences. Thank you so much. I'm Irene Alena Misango, and catch you tomorrow.
It is the NAM week, and good morning again. Many thanks for sticking around to Good Morning Uganda. It is time for us to check in to see what is making headlines from the world of business. Well, on one of the top stories of the Daily Monitor, at the front page this morning, it was actually highlighting how the business community is elated in regards to the fact that the NAM Summit is here. Many feel they can tap into the many opportunities that are arising. Speaking of the opportunities that are arising, I will definitely kick off with the fact that we have the East Africa Business Forum. This is the East Africa Trade and Investment Forum, which did kick off yesterday at the Kampala Serena Hotel. And of course, Mr. Molongo, who has been here with Chirawa Robert, have been discussing more of the opportunities that are arising from there. Now, also, the event was graced by the First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for East African Community Affairs, His Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, and it was further attended by locals and international participants who took part of the same. As you can see on your screen, there were also exhibition stalls that were out there, or that are still at the Kampala Serena Hotel today. They also seek to create synergies, foster collaboration, and then this particular event will offer networking opportunities with a common goal of growing regional and international trade. So besides that, one of the key observations I got from that particular day one of the East Africa Trade and Business Forum, Trade, Investment and Business Forum, was the fact that there was also an armored car on display. There were actually armored cars on display, armored military cars, that would be the better words to use, on display. These particular ones are manufactured by NEC, which is a subsidiary or under the UPDF, or an arm under the UPDF. So you can easily see how many of these, in regards to how the manufacturing sector in Uganda is actually growing, because these are such opportunities where our business people tend to showcase the ability and the strength that this particular country has. And on top of it, trying to push for cooperation and seek for further partnerships, especially with the international community and international investors in the long run. The particular one is still ongoing till the 17th of this particular week, or of January. So you can go to the Kampala Serena Hotel, be part, see and definitely see what is happening in there. Of course, when it comes to the exhibition halls, registration was already done, so you cannot exhibit anything because that was already planned for earlier. And besides that East African Business particular forum, there is also another summit or expo on the sidelines of the NAM Summit. This particular one is based in Chigo. Now, this Agribusiness Expo and Investment Summit is taking place in Chigo, where various women entrepreneurs are showcasing their products with Gender and Labour Ministry. Betty Yamongi, who was actually the chief guest yesterday, she was actually taken through the various stalls that were available yesterday in Chigo. This also was to ensure that the females and the women in agribusiness are also given the chance and the opportunity to tap into the various spaces of investment. Not only that, to grow, because the major reason as to why anyone would wish to start up a business is to see it grow and of course get the profits that one would want, because you definitely want return on investment. It can be short term or long term. And then for those who have been in business for quite some time, many of them desire to have businesses expand beyond the borders. And with the element of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is also one of the key discussions that is taking place at the East African Business Forum, you get to realize that that Expo and Investment Summit, which is taking place in Chigo, realize that it's also focusing on acquisition of machinery to ease processes, because the world that we are living in currently is more driven by technology. And in a world of technology, we now have artificial intelligence. Some of the countries where most of the agribusiness is benchmarked from, the likes of Germany and then the Netherlands, you get to realize that these particular countries, even China per se, are using technology, and this is backed by the kind of machinery that they use. It's really expensive, but also the mere fact that it actually makes work easier. For those who can still afford it, how to use these particular machines can help you grow your agricultural input in one way or the other. And later on, you could easily see how your for those who actually set that into agro business or those who are into value addition, there's a lot you can actually earn from the same. And well, let's now turn our eyes back to the NAM Summit again, and this time around looking at the aviation sector. The Nana Light movement at the Entebbe Commercial Wing. The Civil Aviation Authority confirmed as of yesterday 403 delegates have so far jetted into the country. We expect quite a number of those coming in as of today as well, because tomorrow ministerial meetings as well will be kicking off. So we expect tomorrow, we expect today, tomorrow, even some heads of states who will be making their way tomorrow as well. Now, the Public Affairs Department of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, Tony Otim, did tell the team UBC at the airport that the delegates have come through Entebbe International Airport is commercial wing in regards to that. Many you can definitely exchange some currencies. Now, for our delegates who are watching us from your hotel rooms, you can easily get into the forex market and see how you can exchange this particular money into shillings. Now, the US dollar is buying at 3,000, was buying as of yesterday, was buying at 3,795.08, while selling at 3,805.08. Then by midday, the US
Beautiful morning. Thank you for sticking with us here on the national broadcaster, UBC TV. My name is Olive Monica Najama, and I'm here to give you some updates as regards traffic. Now, yesterday, the Non-Aligned Movement Summit started at the Speak Resort, Munyonyo, and it was amidst regulated and in some areas restricted traffic. And before we go into that, I would like for you to know again which routes have been restricted and where traffic has been diverted to. Now, traffic diversions as announced by the Uganda Police Force and of course the traffic police in different routes, especially for people that are trying to access the Kampala city or the heart of the city. On the northern bypass, a diversion was in place at the Busega flyover, restricting access to the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway. And additional diversions were along the northern bypass at Sentema, Nansana, Bwaise, and Kalere, Chebando and Chisasi interchange flyover and slip roads. Otherwise, a flyover traffic was redirected to Sir Apollo Kagwa Road for access to the city center. And at Impala, traffic was diverted to Entebbe Highway, and at Chisubi, traffic was redirected to Nakauka Road for access to Kampala City. Now, at the Kajans flyover, traffic was diverted to use the Kajans flyover at Lubowa and Zana. Now, diversions at Serena Chigo traffic lights, Mutungo Chitiko traffic lights, and Busabala traffic lights for any vehicles along Munyonyo. Motorists approaching Munyonyo from Gaba Road were redirected to use UCB Road for access to Woziga Lukuli in Makindye. Now, that was the traffic situation yesterday. Uganda Police Force noted that these roads are going to be closed for the next couple of days until the NAM summit is over. But no, traffic and of course closure of the roads is as and when there is need, especially when there are motorcades. Yesterday I happened to be accessing the road when the president's motorcade was about to pass. And honestly speaking, not much time was wasted. I think I waited for about the road and go to different places, and other people that encountered motorcades yesterday actually said the same. So the inconvenience that we thought we were going to encounter as far as the NAM summit is concerned, and of course the traffic situation, was not experienced. And here we give a round of applause. Non-Aligned Movement Summit, as I mentioned earlier, it kicked off yesterday at the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo, and traffic from Namungona roundabout and the northern bypass onset, where civilians in ordinary attire even as I was coming to work this morning, I saw a lot of security presence in different places, even areas where you'd fear for security, especially where petty thieves have been trying to mug people. Now we have security everywhere, and I'm sure we are going to continue encountering this even as we move ahead. So there was security, including deployment of UPDF, military and police forces along the bypass. Notably, the anti-riot water cannon trucks were strategically stationed for swift and effective responses. And of course, traffic conditions remained unaffected through Mulago Kubiri, and these extended to Mulago Wandegea roundabout and Yusuf Lulei up to Nile Avenue, just outside here at UBC Television. At the Sega roundabout, traffic appeared normal with deployed traffic police guiding motorists. The Entebbe Expressway also reported normal traffic flow all the way to the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo. Delegates' vehicles were on various routes transporting delegates. On Wavamno Road leading to the venue of Kansanga, Gaba Road, delegates from Muyenga and the city accessed the venue. And at this point, traffic was momentarily stopped each time a motorcade arrived, guided by lead motorbikes and patrols. Despite concerns, much anticipated inconveniences were not witnessed on the first day of the 19th Non-Aligned Movement Summit. And this was a great work, a piece of work done by the Uganda Police Force. There was peace and calm. I've seen jokes on the internet where people are saying, smiling, different memes. But overall, Ugandans have actually done a good job of showcasing who we are as a country, that we are hospitable and that we are a calm and peaceful people, because that is exactly who we are. So as we continue today on the second day of the summit, let all of us make sure experience in our country, because as a country, that's who we are. We are hospitable and we love people. Now let's jump into the traffic situation as of this morning, and we are going to be looking at the route that is Hoima Road, starting from Nansana all the way to town. Now looking at Nansana route, that is Hoima Road, we are looking at Yes Amala stage, and as you can see on your screen, there is a smooth flow. But those that are going still ahead in this section as you move from Nansana situation continues to be smooth. I'm glad to announce that you will encounter flow of traffic, and this is actually very encouraging for those that are reporting to work as of this morning. Now, along Nankulabye, there are a few sections, especially the corner that takes you from Kasubi to Nankulabye. There you're going to encounter a bit of a traffic jam, and as you continue ahead to the area that has the traffic lights, you may encounter traffic jam here and a bit of a holdup, but this is nothing to worry about since traffic lights usually contribute to this problem. And as you move ahead, as we take the route that takes you to Makere Hill Road to access areas like Wandegea, you will realize that there is a smooth flow of traffic over here. And looking at areas like Sir Apollo Kagwa Road as it joins those traffic lights are along Kampala Full Gospel Church, you will realize that yes, in this section Nankulabye is still bringing in some bit of traffic, and around the traffic lights you're going to encounter a hold up. And for those that are continuing with Sir Apollo Kagwa Road, you will encounter a bit of a hold up still on that road, as I see that we still have orange zones here, but I would take orange zones in regards to traffic as opposed to the red zones, because the red zones usually are more intense and you can lose more time on the road. Now, looking back at Makere Hill Road as it transitions into Wandegea, there is traffic jam, especially around the Makere University main gate that is coming through, and then the main center in Wandegea. Road, there is smooth flow of traffic there, and of course if you're heading ahead at Shalom Road towards that area, then Makere University, you should be able to move because now the traffic situation has gone down and there is smooth flow of traffic in this area. Well, that's it that we had for you this morning regarding the traffic situation in the city. For those coming in from areas of Nansan and Wakiso, if you're using the bypass, there is smooth flow of traffic over there. And if you're going to access the city through areas like Nankulabye, you should be able to move. Even when you're heading to Bakuli and going to Namirembe roadside, the road, at least the traffic situation, as of now, I can't really judge about later, but as of now, you should be able to access the heart of the city in record time. My name is Olive Monica Najuma, and we are still broadcasting live. We are still bringing you a lot of footage and highlights and discussions regarding the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that is taking place at Speak Resort, Munyonyo.
Juko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, it is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for staying with us. You are still watching the special broadcast of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit taking place in Kampala, Uganda. And of course, we are in different locations, making sure that you are updated. We have a team at the airport. We do have a team at Munyonyo Commonwealth. But at this moment, we do have one of our team members in town that is at the Old Park. And we are trying to find out, one, what do Ugandans have to say about the non-aligned movement? How do they understand it? And of course, how is the situation, how is everything going down there in town? And of course, Ivan Kahwa is with us in town at this moment. Over to you, Ivan Kahwa. Tell us what is happening in Old Park at the moment.
We are currently at the Old Taxi Park, to be specific, at Gaba stage. This is one of the stages whose taxis and operators do operate from most of the areas that were diverted. We do remember the Non-Aligned Movement Summit kicked off yesterday at the Commonwealth Resort in Munyonyo, and today it is day 2. Regardless of yesterday's kind of traffic where the anticipated inconveniences regarding the diversions was not that inconveniencing, today we have also come to those who actually using those diverted routes to necessitate the smooth operations of these kind of summits, to hear from them on how they have been conducting and transacting business. At this Gaba stage, and we want to understand how have they been operating since yesterday. Ndoza tugenda kukozesa Luganda. Okay. Kakati sebo twagala tunyonyolemuko semberako wano. Kuva enkungaana zino tulina enkungaana wiiki eno olwannaamu ne G77 tulabye nti waliwo amakubo agasaliddwako era ne muyita awalala. Kati nga mmwe abakolera eggaba ate weewali gino emikolo emirimu gitambudde gitya okuva olunaku olw'eggulo?
Amanya n'eddoboozi Wasajja Judy gy'agenda Vice Chairman Kansanga. Okutwaliza awamu twali tusuubira olukiiko luno tunaafunamu, naye tugambe nti tuviiriddemu awo olw'ensonga entambula ku makubo batukkiriza okusigala nga tukozesa ekkubo, naye mu kulikozesa ate tetufunyeemu olw'ensonga emmotoka oluyimirira bweti ate aba security bagigoba bugobi, tesobola kuteekamu basaabaze, era mu nkola eyo n'abasaabaze tubasolooleza wano tusobole okutuuka nga bweyimirira ddakiika buddakiika ng'oli abuukamu nga weeyongerayo. Kati amadda ge gabeeramu obuzibu kubanga essente zino ze tuva nazo eno ziggweera mu mafuta. Kati essente ffe abatakisi ze tuba tulina okukola ze ssente eziva eri, naye kati tetukyazifuna olw'ensonga security tetukkiriza kuyimirira. Ekyokubiri, abantu be tutambuza abasinga basuubuzi kati baagobwa ku makubo, teri ajja Kampala kusuubula, teri gwe tuzaayo, era embeera ye tunyigidde ddala okutwaliza awamu. Tuli bubi, tetuli bulungi n'akatono. era minisita byagambye mbu tulina akamwenyumwenyu. Teri kamwenyumwenyu ke tulina kubanga abantu tewaliwo batambula, emmotoka ovuga zotaddemu amafuta zikulema okujjamu ng'okomawo. So embeera okutwaliza awamu si nnungi. Kye twali tusuubira mu lukiiko luno si kye tufunye.
Kati baba bangula ekimala kuba oyogedde nti we mutikka abasaabaze bulina mubateeka ate muli mu dduka tebabategeezaako nti waliwo ebifo bye bateedde we musobola okugiramu abasaabaze oba tekyaliwo?
Ekituufu tewaliwo kifo kye baatuteerawo nti bwe otuuka wano oteekwa okujjamu, kubanga ne Unura bwe yali ekola amakubo yateekangawo awa paakingi bwe mmotoka zi bus stop, naye ne mu ezo bus stop tebakukkiriza kuyimiriramu. Kati bakugoba bugobi, omusaabaze olina musoloolezaawo mangu ya n'osimbula. Kyeba kyatuyambyeko tebagigoba, kasita esimbula tebagigoba, ekyo bakyakituyambyeko. Kyokka ate ne diversion ze baakoze tuyita wala, emmotoka kati zinywa amafuta mangi naye tetulina bantu bakomawo, ate ng'abakomawo mwe muva akasente. Tetubadde tusaba gavumenti oba ne security ku kkubo etuyambe tukole nga Kyogamu bwe yaliwo. Ku Kyogamu twakola kubanga baatusibanga ng'abagenyi bajja ne tuyimirira ne bayitawo ne tuddamu ne tutambula, nga bw'otuuka oba wali ekkubo eri bulanchinga bakukkiriza n'okayingiramu bwoti n'ostopinga n'olinda ku bantu n'oteekamu n'oddamu n'otambula. Pozi n'ekya kye tukubiriza abasaabaze, tubasaba baleme kuyimirira ate wabi nnyo waleeta bikeme eri baddereeva. Bayimirire at least ku petrol station, kubanga bweyingira ate mu mafuta bweti nayo yo tebagigobaayo, naye ng'ate amafuta tegali kumukumu. Kati abali okumpi n'amafuta abasaabaze mutuyambe muyimirire ng'awali amafuta emmotoka zisobole okubapiikingawo, kubanga bwe munaayimirira ku kano ka pavement kijja kutuwa obuzibu nga tubalondawo security ate tukwate ate tulemerera kubatuusa.
Gwe nga Munnayuganda, enkuŋŋaana zino nga gwe zigenda mu maaso weewaawo mukoseddwa, gwe olina ky'ozimanyiiko ng'omuntu?
N'ekisooka nze mpulira naamu simanyi amawanga agatalina ludda, tetutegeera ludda ku ki, ludda kwani, naye tuwulira amawanga agatalina ludda. Oludda ku ki tetubitegeera bulungi, tuwulira naamu, naye ffe tulina kutambula n'ebyo byabayivu tetubitegeera bulungi. Tulinze binaavaamu babitunnyonnyole nti naamu yavuddemu kino oba kino, naye nga tetubitegeera bulungi. Tuwulira buwulizi naamu G77 tetubitegeera.
Kale kanjogereko noono omwami naye atunnyonnyolemuko katini ku ngeri ebyentambula gye bikoseddwamu naddala mu abakola ku stage y'eggaba. Ssebo, amannya go mu bufunze tubuulire emirimu gitambudde gitya okuva olunaku olw'eggulo?
Amanya gange n'eddoboozi ze John Kavi, Kasanga stage driver. Emirimu gitambula bubi nnyo ddala kusinziira ku kiri ku kkubo. Tofuna abasaabaze bajja Kampala, bw'oba omusanze nga ali okwagala omuteekamu abasirikale bakuba miggo. Eggulo bakubye abaana emiggo, naddala ba SFC bakubye abaana emiggo. Tugenda tuba nga tukolera mu bugubi obw'amaanyi, naye saba minisita wa security n'ebyentambula batuyambe. Abasirikale babannyonnyoleko babagambe oli bw'aba afunye omuntu wamuterayo ebbali nga tabulokinze ekkubo bamukkiriza amuteekemu aveewo nga tayimiridde kulinda. Naye bw'amusanga ali awo alinze omusaabaze, ng'omusaabaze ayimiridde ayagala mmotoka, bw'afunako ebbali wanyigamu bw'ati mukakolidde n'amuteekayo bamukkiriza amuteekeyo akole ki aveewo.
Obuzibu musinze busanga wano nga mutikka mu paaka oba nga muva luuyi eri?
Obuzibu tubusanga mu kuva eri, tofuna bantu badde. Ate omusaabaze owa wano tosobola mugamba nti oba omutwalidde 12 omugambe nti nyongerayo 1000 zibe 3,000.
Ekyanze temwayongezaamu kasente?
Ngezaamu sente keeko akasigadde keeko, tolina bwenza muga nti yongezaamu kino, kubanga bonna omugamba nti kiriwo bwe kino bwe kiti ajja kugamba gavumenti yekola ki yebifunamu, kubanga nze omuntu wansi kituufu sinawe kifuniramu, kubanga kyekibanga bwe najja ewuwo noddira abaana n'obagobawo ewuwo ababo, nze omugenyi n'enzija mu nju yo n'entula n'engazaana, abaana bajja kugamba ki ekitugenda mu maaso.
Naamu G77 gwe ng'omuntu wa bulijjo bitegeera?
Sibitegeererako ddala, kubanga nali badde mbitegeera nga mmanyi bansomesezza tikigenda kukola bwe kiti nze nga munnansi nesobola okubeerawo nga nkimanyi obutuufu bwaki.
Tewayagadde bwagazi kuba bannamawulire babadde babyogerako?
Namawulire ayinza okubyogerako, kati nga ggwe bozze wano oyinza okujja okumbuuza ekibuuzo nga sina ansa yakyo oba nga tomaze kumpa interview kugamba tikola bwe nti. naye kati naamwe eyo sijja kulima tina kyenjitegeerako nti bwekiti ne bwekiti gavumenti yandibadde eddira tugenda tuza olukiiko bwetu ne bweruti naye bannansi bagira bakolaakola mpolampola emirimu gyabwe ne batagobwa ku makubo n'omugenyi oli bwajjaga bannayuganda bakozi naye kati goddira abantu abakozi balemesezza okubeera ku kkubo bakolera ku makubo tugeze nga takisi ojja ogikuba emiggo kati ye oli gwe wakiise mu lukiiko bwagirengera ku mawulire ng'oli okubya omuntu emiggo aba kibala ati tugamba bakyuse mu nkola eri ku kkubo naffe tujja kukyusaamu tusobole okuba nga tunyumirwa
kale twanza nyo sebo olukiiko lwa Naamu olutegeera
olukiiko lwa Naamu okusinziira ku ntegeera yange nganze nandibadde ndutegeera naye ebigendererwa bikulema okutegeera sebo naye nga Naamu kyandibadde ekyamakulu ne basooka ne bayigiriza bannansi ate ebya bannansi ne basomesebwa ebintu ebisinga kuba kati waliwo bye nawulidde ebyobusuubuzi ku byobusuubuzi bandibadde nawulidde waliwo engoye zaffe ze baaweze oba ze bayongeddeko omusolo ebyo nandibadde nsuubira bye byandibadde ebikulu okwogerako mu Naamu naye nga ffe abavuzi ba takisi Naamu ayongedde tukosa ku kkubo okwo oyimiriramu kati ni bwoti kondakita ateekayo omusaabaze abasirikale be tutategedde gye baavudde ajja ne batuuni wana abaana baffe nga babiri baafunye obuzibu ku kkubo lyaffe nga tugenda kufunamu omuganyulo naye ekituufu ku kkubo lyaffe ate libeerako nnyo abagenyi bangi buli lwekubeerako abagenyi
mukulu osobola okwogera ku luzungu Luganda kati Naamu story ekyo bitegeera
bulungi nnyo amannya gange nze Kakoza Ibrahim nkolera ku Kansanga stage naye olukiiko lwa Naamu fe oludda lutuyambyeko kubanga amakubo gabadde mabi amakubo gateredde bagalongooseza naye kyemmanyi ndooza bwe tunaafunanga abakulembeze tujja kuterezanga olukubo naye ekkubo batuyisizza bubi nnyo lwaki abasirikale bangi we tulina okupaakinga ate we batugoba ate baga tupaakinga tutalina kolaki tujja wana abasaabaze n'akugamba maaso awo ye waayagala oviiramu kuba waakolaki walaga omusaabaze waaviiramu afazaali malewo eddakiika emu ntambule ngende sirwawo naye ate omusaabaze waaviiramu abasaabaze bano batuvuma abeera nga alowooza gwe okolaki oyagadde omuyisaawo naye batuleka abasaabaze wagamba maaso awo tumugyemu tetulwawo kye balina otugamba tetulwawo tubeere nga tutambuza emirimu nabo batambuza emirimu gyabwe naye nga sekiyite tujja gyefera nabuzibu bonna nga batukkiriza okukolaki bwe tulina okubeera
babalenya okuteesa mukama wange. All right. So those are the views of the people operating at this specific stage. At least what we know is that they have not increased the price fares for those who are applying these routes where diversions have been made. And we have also heard of allegations of being inconvenienced by security agencies regarding on where the taxi operators should offload their specific passengers. But the good thing as well from what they have said is that this non-aligned movement and the G77 summits have led to the beautification of most of the areas, and this is one of the commendable jobs that these people have been alluding to. For now, this is what we can get from this specific area, but maybe later on we shall also move to see how the motorcycle riders are actually operating. But from all the areas I've gone through to come to this place, I applied the sides of Northern Bypass, that is Masana Funa, Mungona, Bwaise, Mulago Kubiri, Yusuf Lule, until the Nile Avenue where the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation is. Traffic seemed to be normal, and delegates are also using those routes to head to the Entebbe Expressway. But as of today as well, traffic seems to be normal, and the inconvenience is not that much serious, because the notion since yesterday was that each time the delegates' convoy comes to pass through a specific territory, traffic is stopped at that moment. The delegates pass and head where they're going to, and then traffic resumes back to normal. As of now, that is the update I can give you from the Oldie Taxi Park, but we shall keep giving you updates as the days goes by. Back to studio.
Well, that is Ivan Kahwa on ground. Thank you so much for giving us, a sneak peek into what Ugandans feel and think and also seem to know about the Non-Aligned Movement Summit that is taking place. Well, for some it's positivity, and for others they're still trying to find out what exactly is happening. And hopefully after this conversation that we are going to have at this moment, someone out there will know what exactly is happening in our country. And well, I would like to just take you briefly into a bit of history on the Non-Aligned Movement, and not everything, but what you need to know, just in case someone stops you or your neighbor asks you, what is happening in Uganda? What is NAM? I had someone say NAM, NAM, NAM. And it almost sounded like an Indian word, if you've had either Indian or Arabic, one of those, yeah? But well, the Non-Aligned Movement was founded in 1961 with the view of advancing interests of developing countries in the context of the Cold War politics or the Cold War confrontation. And in the first 3 decades, the Non-Aligned Movement was able to ensure that different countries attained their independence. They ensured decolonization of very many countries and the formation of new independent states and democratization of international relations. And that is majorly what you need to know about some of the reasons as to why the Non-Aligned Movement was put in place. Now, at the present, the movement consists of about 120 countries, and these account for about 60% of all the countries that are part of the United Nations overall membership. So you can tell that we've had cases where people have really understood the part where decolonization is really important, but also democratization of international relations. Now, still giving you that bit of history. In 1961, drawing on the principles that had been agreed upon in the Bandung Conference of 1955, the Non-Aligned Movement was formally established, and that was in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. And of course, later on I'll be giving you the different summits that we have had. So far, this is the 19th, and they've been taking place in different, of course, member countries. And it was formally established in Yugoslavia, that is in Belgrade, through the initiative of the Yugoslavia president, and that is Josip Tito, and the Prime Minister of India then, that was Jawaharlal Nehru, then Egyptian President Abdel Gamal Nasser, and the Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah, then lastly the Indonesian President, that is Sukarno. And of course, this led to a conference of heads of state or governments of non-aligned countries, and the purpose of the organization once again was to at that particular point it was summarized by Fidel Castro in his Havana Declaration in 1979 as to ensure the national independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of non-aligned countries in a struggle to attain independence and fight neo-colonialism, racism, and of course all forms of foreign aggression, occupation, and domination, and of course hegemony, among others that had been listed. And this was usually brought upon by the great power and the blocks that we know, or the bloc that we know that seemed to be the superpowers at that particular moment. Now, if you want to know when Uganda joined the Non-Aligned Movement, this was at the second summit that took place in Egypt, and that was 3 years after we had gained. That was the second one that happened in 1963. That is 2 years after we had gained 1964. That is Pardon me. Uganda joined in 1954 on the second summit, and this took place in Egypt 3 years after the formation of the movement, and that was 2 years after we had gained independence as a country. Now, aside from the 120 countries that are member states, we also do have a list of observers and also a list of organizations or international organizations that are part of this non-aligned movement. Now, some of the observers in here, we do have about 18 states and 10 organizations, and some of the states include Serbia, Paraguay, Ukraine, Mexico, China, Brazil. We also do have Montenegro, Croatia, among others. And among those organizations, the 10 organizations that are part of the observer status, we have the African Union, of course. We also do have the League of Arab States. We also do have the South Center United Nations. We also do have World Peace Center. We have Afro-Asia People's Solidarity Organization, Commonwealth Secretariat, and we also do have Kanak Socialist National Liberation Front. We also do have the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and we also do have what we call the Hostosian National Independence Movement that is part of the observers list when it comes to the non-aligned movement summit. Now, the 18th summit took place in October. That was 25th to 26th, 2019 in Baku, and that was 2019 to date. The NAM chairmanship has been held by Azerbaijan, and that is the country that is going to be handing over chairmanship to Uganda, and that is expected to be taking place during this summit that we are housing as a country. Now, the countries of the non-aligned movement represent nearly 2/3 of the United Nations membership, containing 55% of the world population, and membership popularly concentrated in countries considered to be developing countries, although we also know that some of the member countries in here are actually members that are well developed, or member countries that are very well developed. And well, you could say it gives a bit of balance, because they would have some assistance to give to the countries that are still developing. And still on the non-aligned movement, gained most of the traction in the 1950s and in the 1960s, when the international policy of non-aligned achieved major success in decolonization, disarmament, opposition to racism, and opposition to apartheid in South Africa, and persisted throughout the entire Cold War, despite several conflicts between the members, and of course, despite some members developing closer ties with the Soviet Union, China, and the United States. Now, those are the blocks that I was talking about, that the non-aligned movement was trying to separate some of the countries from. Now, in the years since the Cold War ended in 1991, the movement has focused on developing multilateral ties and connections, as well as unity among developing nations in the world, especially those in the global south. Please do note that as of yesterday, the 15th of January, Uganda started off the activities or the official program of the non-aligned movement summit, that is the 19th, so to say. And of course, we did provide some highlights of day one, and I will probably be taking you through a bit more of the highlights of what took place yesterday. Now, what you need to know is we do have a chairperson of the senior officials meeting. Now, the senior officials meetings were supposed to take place yesterday and today. We do have another senior officials meeting taking place, being chaired by Adonia Ayebare, and of course, as in his opening, he promised transparency and openness, because we all do know that sometimes on these summits there is a bit of mistrust that is, that is engrossed in there. And of course, the opening ceremony was done by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, that is General Jeje Odong, as you can see on your screen right there. And mostly, or to summarize in one statement what he delivered, he called upon us for collective effort in addressing issues of the countries that are affecting the non-aligned movement. Pardon me, the issues that are affecting countries that are part of the non-aligned movement. And of course, we are looking at about 93 countries that were represented yesterday. But aside from that, we do have over 350 guests or 350 delegates that have been recorded to be in the country as of yesterday. We do expect to have more coming in. Of course, we have a team at the airport that is going to be giving us details of who has landed into the country, who is yet to arrive, and who should we be expecting sooner than later. So please do stay with us because all these updates are going to be coming your way. Now, as I earlier on told you, the senior officials will be meeting again today, and we'll be giving you updates on what exactly happened in today's meetings. I'll call them plenary sessions. And of course, still as of yesterday, in Chigo, we happened to have the business forums as well that were taking place. And our team definitely was on there to make sure that we have the details that took place of what took place at the Women in Agribusiness Expo and Investment Summit. Now, this happened in Chigo, and the major focus of this event was to unlock opportunities for women in agribusiness. And in attendance, we had the gender minister, that is Honorable Betty Among. We had the fisheries state minister, that is Helen Ador. We also did have the gender state minister, Peace Mutuzo, being part of this summit, and very many other technical people from different ministries that were part of yesterday's summit. Now, apart from all else that was discussed, the other part of the discussion was how women can add value to their produce and, of course, churn out products that are resilient when it comes to climate change. And well, we do hope that with these summits that are taking place, by the end of it all, Uganda is very well placed for some of the development and some of the benefits that come with the non-aligned movement summit taking place in Uganda. Now, just to take you back a little bit, like I earlier on mentioned, this is the 19th summit, and it is being held in Kampala, Uganda. But the first summit was held from the 1st to the 6th of September in 1961, and that was in Yugoslavia. As I already told you, the second one was held in 1964 from 5th to 10th October. This was in the United Arab Republic. The third was held from 8th to 10th September 1970, and that was in Zambia, Lusaka. And the fourth was held from 5th to 9th September 1973. That was in Algeria. And the fifth from 16th to 19th August 1976 in Sri Lanka. The capital was Colombia, and that's where it took place. And the sixth was held from 3rd to 9th September 1983. Pardon me, 3rd to 9th September 1979 in Cuba, Havana. The 7th was held 7th to 12th March 1983 in India, and that was in New Delhi, and followed by the 1st to 6th September 1986 in Zimbabwe under the leadership of Robert Mugabe. Then also we did have the 9th taking place from 4th to 7th September 1989 in Yugoslavia, Belgrade. The 10th was held 1st to 6th September 1992 in Indonesia. The 11th took place 18th to 20th October 1995 in Colombia. Then followed by 2nd to 3rd September 1998 in South Africa, Durban. And the 13th was held on 20th to 25th February in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And the 14th from 15th to 16th September in Cuba, Havana again. And then the 15th from 11th to 16th July 2009 in Egypt. Then 26th to 31st August, that was the 16th summit being held in Iran. Then from 13th to 18th September 2016, that was the 17th summit being held in Venezuela. And 25th to 26th October 2019 was the 18th non-aligned movement summit that took place in Azerbaijan, leading to today's summit that we are seeing taking place in Kampala, Uganda, and especially specifically at the Commonwealth resort in Munyonyo now. Just to let you know that we will be providing the details of the program that has been well laid out for today. Now, before that, let's take a very short break. We'll be right back.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Have you packed more with Harbour Jelly and Harbour Fog? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More with pack. It is a new improved more with Harbour Jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more with Harbour Jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Juko.
Yo.
Wachikuwa. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Uganda, haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. But what you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Well, there too is here of the NAM Summit, and our conversations continue here at Broadcast House, Nile Avenue. I'm Joram Paul Sonko, and if I'm to take you through day 2 of the program, the activities as of now, what is happening at the Speak Resort in Munyonyo, as we'll be taking you there in just a few minutes from now, is the fact that we have arrival of delegates at the senior officials meeting venue, that is Speak Resort, that is the Rwenzori Conference Hall where everything is taking place, or the main hall where the discussions will kick off from for day 2 of the senior officials meeting. Then from there, after the arrival, which is happening now, will be the continuation of the consideration of the draft final outcome of the 2 committees, that is the political committee as well as the the economic and social affairs committee. Then furthermore, that is still going to be in the main hall of the Rwenzori Convention Center. The political committee will be in the Victoria Ballroom, that is at the Speak Resort Munyonyo as well. Then later on will be a tea and coffee break. That is according to the program. It is further stretched because as of now, if it was to go by, we would be in the continuation of the consideration of the draft final outcome. Then we shall be having, that will be closed or will be happening indoor. Then later on, the continuation of the consideration, that is after the tea and coffee break. And after that will be a lunch break where the continuation of the consideration of the draft final outcome still will be ongoing for the 2 committees. Then from 5 to 6 p.m. late in the evening, before the close of the senior officials meeting, plenary sessions of the senior officials meeting for the adoption of the outcome documents for the ministerial meeting and closing ceremony. That will be in the main hall of Rwenzori. So that is something that will also include endorsement of the outcome documents, adoption of the report of the senior officials meeting. Then there will be the adoption of the provisional agenda and program of work of the ministerial meeting. Speaking of the ministerial meeting, that will be kicking off day 3 tomorrow, and we'll be here to make sure that we give you all the updates of the same. Also, just to note, we have a team that is situated at the Entebbe International Airport to make sure that they will be giving us all the updates on the arrivals of the different ministers and the various heads of state that will be making their way this particular week for the NAM Summit 2024 under the theme Deepening Corruption for Shared Global Affluence. The hashtag for those who want to join the conversation on social media is hashtag NAM Summit UG 2024. If you want to say or comment a thing or two on the same matter. Remember, we are the exclusive broadcasters of this particular summit, and you can definitely watch us on any decoder that you have in the country. We are also streaming live on YouTube for further coverage of those who cannot access mainstream television as of now. You can have that at the comfort of your phone, tablet, or personal computer, where you can get deeper into understanding the conversations here. But well, earlier on in morning discussions, I was joined by the Consul General of the Consulate General of Dubai. That is the Consul General of Uganda to the Consulate General of Dubai in Dubai, rather, UAE. That is Ambassador Henry Maega. I had to make sure I come, you know, I am well conversant with those titles and the order to it. Ambassador, we'll be back for a second discussion for the round 2 of these talks.
Thank you so much.
And I want us this time around to, first of all, get deeper into the statistics part of it. We were a little bit brief at the start of everything, earlier on at 7. Looking at it deeply, you are in this position as a representative of us to Dubai, and that is the UAE, really. Looking at some of the statistics from the numbers, what should the Ugandans know in regards to the relationship between the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and our motherland here? Just so you know, by the way, the UAE is also part of the NAM member states.
Absolutely. It's very important for us to take a note of what has been happening between these two countries. First of all, the diplomatic mission in the UAE. Uganda's diplomatic mission was opened in 2008. So I think up our sleeves we can count something like 16 years since we established diplomatic relations between Uganda and the UAE. And many things have been happening since then. Right now as we speak, we have the numbers of Ugandans who live and work in the UAE up to 150,000. And those very good Ugandans are remitting in the region of 300 million US dollars
annually.
Annually.
Okay.
And that definitely is a plus. It's something, but it's because of the accommodation that the UAE has given to our people to live and work in that country. And that is an addition to our economy. Now, when it comes to trade volume between these two countries, which are NAM member states, Uganda and the UAE, we are talking about a volume of trade of 1.2 billion US dollars. And so that's extremely important. On the other side, the FDIs burgeoned exponentially ever since the 2020 Dubai Expo. We saw a number of companies coming to invest here, and that took to from a very small paltry numbers in terms of dollars up to something like beyond 3 billion US dollars. And the numbers can rise because we are still bringing more investors from that country. Things which are happening in Kampala and which have seen both these two countries increase or deepen, to borrow from the theme of NAM, deepen cooperation.
Okay.
Is something definitely that is going to build on what already is existing, and we believe that the future holds a lot of prospects in terms of more trade, in terms of more remittances, in terms of FDIs flowing from the UAE to here, and more trade between these two countries.
You know, trading their flight both in Uganda and in the UAE. And many of those either export or import, but majorly most of them import goods from the UAE to Uganda. Looking at this business forum in relation to the UAE partnership and Uganda, how can Ugandans tap into the opportunities available?
Absolutely. I think to bring Ugandans to speed about the volume of trade, because I never expounded on it as much as I would have wanted in the interest of time, I say that the volume of trade is in the region of 1.2 billion US dollars. than what we export to the UAE. Those agreements are under implementation, and we believe that more tourists are going to come here. Of course, you've heard about what is happening in Kotido, where one of the Emirates, you know, the UAE has got a federal system of government.
Okay.
Now, not a desert completely like it is in the UAE. And Kotido to be specific.
Okay.
And that, in my view, is going to spark quite a number of things, including
utilize that route as
re-established just recently, and with a flight to quite a number of destinations, including Dubai.
Yes.
And that has been a plus in as far as I'm concerned, because there's a lot of traffic in terms of Ugandans who trade in the UAE, and most especially in Dubai, and lots of actually agricultural products that are sold to the UAE, but Uganda Airlines normally is the main carrier of those things. And for us, as embassy in Abu Dhabi, the Uganda embassy in Abu Dhabi, and also the Consulate General of Uganda in Dubai, we have resolved that all of our staff, all of us Ugandans who work with these two diplomatic missions, actually fly here by Uganda Airlines, and therefore it's an opportunity for us. When I came before Christmas by Uganda Airlines, when I came back to Uganda, the economy was full. The economy section of Uganda Airlines was completely full.
Okay.
And it gave me that confidence that we can do much more, because that means Uganda Airlines is doing very well. That route to Dubai is doing very well, given the fact of the human traffic and also the traffic of the trade items that go into the UAE using Uganda Airlines. So there are all sorts of prospects as a result of that.
Well, Ambassador, as we're still building on to our conversation here, let's get back a little bit more to the African continent. For the viewers out there, out of the 120 member states that form the non-aligned movement, 153 of those are from the African continent. And speaking of 53 of those coming in from the African continent, you get to realize that by the end of this, we expect the admission of South Sudan into the non-aligned movement, making it 54 and
Number
121 member states overall. The South Sudan admission, a sister country, our neighbor to the north, and of course, for over the years, our sisters of South Sudan, our sisters and brothers, have been more like we and Uganda, we and South Sudan have actually been part and parcel. looking at it into the perspective of being admitted to NAM, where does this leave South Sudan, and which position does it give Uganda in this context?
Absolutely. It goes back to the beginning of our conversation when we started this session this morning. To be categorical,
okay,
into statehood, for instance, and the newest probably country on the globe, Southern Sudan.
South Sudan.
We really must boast of that input that we made in as far as Sudan becoming a bona fide member of the international community as a state. Extremely important, because it was because of the aplomb of, should I say, President Yoweri Museveni and his administration, that Sudan was enabled to become the newest state on the globe, part of the East African community. As you and I, as you remember, Uganda, Southern Sudan was admitted to the ESC, and it's now a very strong member. Recently they chaired a summit here, you remember,
yes,
when they were admitting Somalia, which
yes,
is also another plus. All these things have been happening in Uganda. So there is quite so much that we can boast of as a country in terms of international diplomacy, because all these things are extremely important. And right now as we speak, and as you have rightly put it, Southern Sudan is going to become part of benefits that accrue as a result. And the history is in the making, because that is being done in Kampala, where we also assisted the Southern Sudan into statehood. It's extremely important, and history is being made in as far as I'm concerned, that Southern Sudan is going to be part of the NAM. And it will go, because of our efforts, it became part of the AEC, and the sky is the limit as to what we can do together, Uganda and Southern Sudan.
Okay, and Uganda, when you look at South Sudan being initiated or being admitted into the non-aligned movement, it is a big one for them as a country, and like the ambassador said, again, it's, not many a times would you see in the latest, in the last summits where we have an admission like this particular one that we do have. But well, South Sudan is here and will be part of the non-aligned movement, making it 121 member states to it. But well, taking it into the position of South Sudan ambassador, just briefly, what does it mean for them?
It means quite a lot. One is, I think they are expanding their international horizons, because initially they've been part of the East African region, part of the East African community as a member state. They are also part of IGAD, we shouldn't forget that. And all these are pluses in as far as I'm concerned. And once they are also part of the UN anyway, and also now we are adding them as a member state of NAM, and all these things are building up to something that is very, very prospectus in as far as that country is concerned, because there are quite a number of political, economic, and social, sociological aspects that are going to occur as a result of those memberships. And so Sudan stands to
will as well be here at around midday, and we'll be able to give you all the details of the same. So the Business Forum is a side event of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit of 2024, and of course inspiring and giving room for business people or traders all over East Africa and those under the NAM or the Non-Aligned Movement to take charge or take part into this. When you look at the exhibition, first of all, there's lots of opportunities arising for many who have exhibited or are showcasing their services and businesses. And then, not only that, it is also an opportunity to enhance cooperation something that Uganda is steadily looking at. But well, Ambassador, the president is going to address the summit. And then before addressing the summit, he's going to be at the business forum. If we're to look at it from a futuristic point of view, what do you think are going to be some of his major talking points?
Of course, in my view, we have a theme, which is about deepening cooperation. And I'm sure my president is going to be very passionate about that. Now, aside from that, I'm sure he's also going to be passionate about ensuring that there are the aspects of economic development for the member states of the NAM, and therefore I will not be surprised if he mentions something to do with that. It's extremely important. The other one is political stability in the member states, and especially in as far as our neighborhood is concerned. I mean, we can speak about Israel and Hamas, and we can speak about Russia and Ukraine and the need of peace in those respective places, but also in our very region, in the East African region. It's extremely important that our president mentions something to do with the stability of those regions. And he has been really one of the people who have been very, very passionate about ensuring peace and stability in the region. And that's why the IGAD is coming in on the 18th of January, because it's going to definitely concern itself about those very aspects.
Okay. And of course, the president will deeply really focus on that cooperation, not focus entirely, but the cooperation being something very important. Also to note, by the way, the mere fact that we do have all these delegates coming into Uganda, one of the other things that you can observe is the fact that there is tight security for all. I like the choice of words from the ambassador this morning. He did mention that this is more like a diplomatic coup. You did say. Absolutely. He did put it as a diplomatic coup. Why? Because a week before the non-aligned movement preparations were upbeat, we had the Speakers' Conference, which was hosted in Uganda. The Speakers' Conference and presiding officers, the 27th Speakers' Conference and presiding officers. Then also, away from that, we geared up for the preparation of the non-aligned movement, which is also underway here in Uganda. We are on to day 2. After the end of the NAM Summit 2024, we shall as well be having the G77 Summit, the G77 plus China Summit, which will as well be live on your national broadcaster. So besides that, we are also having 2 other expos and summits taking part at the sideline of the NAM Summit. There is the Women in Agribusiness, that is in Chigo. Then we also have the Business Forum, the East African Business Forum, that is at the Kampala Serena Hotel. And then, like the ambassador did mention, this week on the 18th is when we shall be having the IGAD Summit that will be hosted by President Yoweri Museveni. So when you look at the number of delegates that are being hosted in Uganda, how prepared we've been, and how, how we're executing every day that comes by, clearly tells you a lot. Also to remind you, our centers of attention as the national broadcaster are mainly 3. We have our center base at the Nile Avenue, where we are at this moment, to bring you every little detail, which is more like the command center of all the events that are happening. And then our other foot is at the Speak Resort in Munyonyo, where the officials' meetings are taking place. Then also, we do have a team situated at the Entebbe International Airport to give us all the details in regards to their arrivals. And later on, as the week is going on, we shall as well be having details in regards to the departure of who is departing or who are leaving the country. Because majorly, when you look at our interest in the arrivals, we need to know who is coming in, under what capacity as well. And then at the Hotel Africana, where most of the media is situated, especially even the international media, to bring you up to speed with every detail of the NAM Summit 2024. The hashtag on the X app is the NAM Summit UGI 2024 for those who want to join the conversation and the discussion here in relation to the SEM. Also to remind you about the theme of the SEM, which is deepening cooperation for shared global affluence for this particular year as well. We are holding the chairmanship for the next 2 years until 2027, when we shall know who else will be taking up that chairmanship. Of course, Azerbaijan were holding the chairmanship of the SEM, but now Uganda is holding that particular chairmanship. Ambassador, let's now look at Uganda's key focus as we're heading into day 2. Besides that, where is our focus now as a country?
I think the focus is definitely on the passage of the Kampala Declaration of NAM, which is going to talk about quite a number of things. You recall there are 2 committees, the political one and then the socio-economic political committee, just to paraphrase their names. I'm not going to say the exactness of their words, of the wordings of those 2 committees. So the preoccupation of these 2 committees and whoever the senior officials, as you said in your submission, is going to be that political declaration. But I want also to add that history is in the making. History is in the making because in the whole post-independence history of Uganda, and I've been here, I have not been on the Mars. I've been here. I've been seeing these things ever since this country got independence. I've not seen Uganda having in a quick succession these international, meetings. You spoke about the speakers' meeting,
yes,
which was successfully concluded. And I want to thank Ugandans because there was no washing of that linen when that meeting was taking place. It was successfully concluded. And now, I'm sure there must be quite a number of things. Of course, one of the points of emphasis was to do with the best practices, parliamentary best practices, that was top on the agenda, and quite a number of other things that were discussed, and it was successfully concluded. Now we have NAM, which is bringing so many countries to our capital city, and of course, I will not go into the objectives of NAM, but it is very clear that NAM is another very important meeting, just a week after the meeting of the speakers of the Commonwealth. And then after NAM, you're going into the G77 plus China conference, yes, which in my view is another one that is going to give us pluses to our politics, to our regional and global standing, to our economics. I will not go into details because we have exhaustively, in my view, talked about what the benefits are going to be in terms of economics. And then after that, after the G77, there is that punctuation with the IGAD on the 28th, which is very important. And it's an organization that brings together something like 7 countries. And Uganda is carrying it. All these things happening at one time in one capital city. I have not seen, somebody probably can help me understand and name which country has had all of these meetings happening in the capital city in a space of about 2 weeks.
Okay.
If we don't boast about that, they will be nice. I think even nature will be not on our side. And even those who have come to our capital city will not be on our side if we don't appreciate that these kinds of things can happen in a quick succession the way they are. Okay. And the benefits are so many. We can't exhaustively talk about them, but there are political benefits, there are economic benefits, there are friendship benefits, and all sorts of things that are going to come out of these very, very important meetings.
All right, among some of the challenges that were highlighted by the minister, that is General J.J. Odong, yesterday in his opening remarks, he did highlight on issues to do with food security, issues to do with some of, when you try to think about the principles that they had, but there's also an element of countries that are under NAM that are not seeing eye to eye in the political world. If we are to open room for dialogue, what would be the better way of having these nations, and so to speak, when you look at many nations, even on the African continent, who are having some issues, ideally, in relation to either business, and now, for example, just recently here, we've seen Kenya Airways and Tanzania having issues where Kenya Airways will not be flying to the Dar es Salaam port. So, rather the Dar es Salaam airport. So we need to understand more of the same later on in the other updates that we'll be giving you. But besides that, we also have other countries that are on long, have been having long issues for a very long time, if I'm to put it in that way, for a very long time. How are we going to put an end to such?
Absolutely. NAM was not created to foster political instability or to create hostility between its member states. Not even with the states that are outside NAM. NAM was not created in order to create more disorder in the world. It was created for purposes of ensuring that there is peace in the world. Because when you go back into the histories of NAM and its creation, you find that some of the cardinal things that were emphasized included ending colonialism, neocolonialism, imperialism, and some, of course, quarters in the world have been overarching in terms of the way they relate to others, kind of trying to coach us about democracy and all those kinds of things. NAM was created in order to foster peace, and all the objectives of NAM are very clear as far as that is concerned. But of course, one wants to appreciate the fact that even if NAM was to foster political stability and peace and security across the globe, there are sticking issues to do with hostilities between member states. Yeah, I mean, you can talk about, you have just mentioned Kenya Airways and Tanzania Air having issues. Yesterday, the last tweet which I saw coming out of there was that they were going to sort out that issue in 2 days. And I think NAM must have been probably in their minds. And they said, look, we don't need to do this at a time when NAM is meeting in the East African region. And I mean, you can talk about Ethiopia, and there's a standoff between Ethiopia and Somalia. There are issues in southern Sudan. There are issues in many of those former French-speaking countries in West Africa. There are issues across the globe in so many other countries. And how does NAM respond to these? I think that should be the issue. How does it respond to this? Because in my view, NAM provides a pathway or an avenue through which we can foster peace between the member states. And I believe that there will be a number of side meetings, because that happens normally with international conferences and summits and meetings. There will always be those side meetings between these member states that have issues against or with each other. Those, of course, some of those meetings don't come out in the public domain, but those side meetings are extremely important in resolving many of these things. And I want to say that definitely President Yoweri Museveni is very concerned about regional peace and security. And given the fact that IGAD is really desirous that we have peace in the region and amongst member states, I am sure that there is going to be an emphasis on ensuring that member states do not become hostile. Or even if they do become hostile against each other or with each other, then there are mechanisms that can be used through NAM and the rest of the meetings that we are having in Kampala to ensure that peace does exist between these countries.
Because, of course, some of the highlights of the challenges from General J.J. Odong that I was giving to you earlier, some that I didn't mention, includes the health pandemics, climate change, there's an issue of terrorism, the food insecurity, there's migration, there's unemployment. Well, this is part of it, because when you look at most of the member states of NAM are developing countries, and the issue to do with unemployment is something that you will definitely have to find amongst the rest. And then the matters to do with health, also, there was a statement that was released earlier by the president, and the matters to do with COVID testing. And the reason as to why there was no COVID testing for the delegates that were coming is because most of the delegates did not want their DNAs exposed during that time of the testing. So that is why it wasn't put up as a priority. But well, also strongly moving forward into our conversation this morning in regards to what to look out for as the NAM summit is being hosted in Uganda. We are the host nation, and that means we always have to take on, the bigger picture. You have to always look at the bigger picture. Ideally, when you look at what is happening as of today, from the perspective of the political atmosphere in Uganda, there will always be quite a, a side of the negativity, Ambassador. Looking at it from the political avenue in Uganda as of today, the NAM summit is here. We do have many from the opposition, or specific people from the opposition, who have a rather different point of view from our position, or from the fact that we've hosted the NAM summit. What would be your take on the oppositionist states in regards to our hosting of the NAM summit?
Well, it is also normal that in our political discourses, there are people who, should I call them opposition, in every country, in every member state actually of NAM, there is an opposition that does exist in some form, whether in the form of political parties, whether in the form of other means. That is something that happens in each and every country. And therefore, they are free to have their opinions about what's transpiring in our capital city, and nobody is going to molest them as a result of holding those opinions, because we are a democratic country. Okay. And although I must add that even if we're a democratic country, okay, each country has got to develop its own political path, political democratic path, and therefore nobody should come here to coach us on how we should do our political processes, our political democratic processes. Okay. So the existence of opposition in this country is after all written in the Constitution. Okay. And therefore it's something that is bona fide. Okay. And nobody should have a quarrel about it. So that one is a given. It's a given. The opposition does exist, and it will always have its own political points of view. But I want to thank them up to now, since yesterday, and even through the meeting of the Commonwealth speakers. They behaved, and they've been on the board, and partly because I think they've been involved in the preparations of all these meetings, and so there hasn't been really that marked, disposition in as far as they're concerned to make sure that they come. So I must thank them for that. It's extremely important. But an opposition does exist. But of course, you touched also on the president and what he's going to say and what is going to concern himself, and also what the minister said yesterday. Yes, in short, what the minister said, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, General Jeje Odong, he mentioned quite a number of things, as you said, pandemic, drought, terrorism, and all these kinds of things. Yes, those are things all of us should concern ourselves as NAM member states, because they do happen all over the place, not only in Uganda, but in the majority of these, in quite a number of these countries of NAM member states. These things do exist, and therefore we must, as NAM, concern ourselves with how we should solve them, and so that we can develop.
Well, Vincent Bajire, who is the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, did look at, he did actually put in place where we are, or our focus area, and he did say that there is an element of creating room for the good of humanity. He did say throughout the movement, they want to see that amongst the discussions, everything comes up for the good of humanity. How are we going to make sure that these decisions are not going to affect anyone? Because as a member state, everybody is definitely going to be having issues at hand.
Absolutely, because I think he was borrowing, in my view, he was borrowing from the theme of NAM, which talks about deepening cooperation, and also making sure that we have a shared future in terms of development. He was borrowing from that, because what he said actually speaks to the theme of NAM. And therefore his concern is as good as mine and as yours and everybody who is concerned about the issues that NAM is discussing in the capital city. And what NAM is discussing in this part of the world is to ensure that we develop, is to ensure that we have peace and security, is to ensure that we have good neighborliness, is to ensure that we don't have anybody interfering with our political discourses, because nobody should come here to coach or go to any NAM country or any other country which is even outside the NAM. You know, so what the PS Bajira was talking about is in line with the theme that was chosen. And I want to believe that it was carefully chosen because there are so many volatile global situations which require attention of NAM and others who are willing to ensure that rather than using force, we can, after all, foster peace and security across the globe. And how can we do that? We can only do that if we meet like NAM is doing at the moment and then resolve these issues in a more amicable and peaceful way. So the PS was simply talking to the provisions, I believe, of the theme that was chosen for NAM.
I'm going to take you a little bit back to a conversation we've had earlier. When you did mention about the OAU summit that we once hosted as a country, then you gave me an outlook of the other, that was CHOGM, that we also hosted. And we have the NAM summit here. Normally when these summits are done, we always have to look at the aftermath of the same. In this picture, where NAM doesn't have a permanent secretariat, one would want to understand how are we going to utilize our chairmanship for this 2 to 3 years period?
Absolutely. We have the secretariat for the 2 years, as you say. And of course, that is going to put, it places on us a responsibility of ensuring that we follow through or follow up the decisions that are going to be taken. And those decisions are going to be contained in the Kampala Declaration. I don't want to preempt what is going to come out of that, but I believe that whatever comes out will be in line with the aspirations and objectives of NAM. And so that is going to give us a responsibility of ensuring that we follow up that to the latter, so that by the time the next NAM happens in some other country, because of course another country will be chosen, and by the time we get to another NAM meeting, quite a number of those things will have been addressed through the auspices of NAM. And so it gives us a responsibility as a country. I want to agree that we have to follow through those decisions that are going to be made. And for the rest of the 2 years to come, Kampala City or Uganda is going to be a very important country in as far as those 120 countries are concerned, in as far as fostering peace, in as far as fostering economic development, as far as ensuring that the concept of non-interference by those who think they are very powerful globally, and quite a number of other objectives and aspirations of NAM are followed to the latter. That is also going to be part of the responsibility that we have as a country and as chairman of NAM. Extremely important, and as, of course, people are holding the secretariat. So I really see a lot of activities which are going to happen, and given the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is going to be the coordination center or coordinating center, in as far as following up those decisions are concerned, the sky is the limit as to what we can achieve as a country and as a secretariat and as people who are, as a country who are chairing that NAM.
Well, lastly, the Palestinian delegates did put before the committee, in relation to the committee coming out to make a statement or to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, one would say it is going to be one of the key talking points, obviously. But in just a minute, too, what would be your take on the same? Absolutely, it's going to be one of the talking points already. It has become actually a talking point because I could see yesterday in the deliberations that the Israel-Hamas problem was key, and there was a lot of emphasis. But there are positions which have been already taken through the auspices of NAM and the AU and so on and so forth, that there should be, and the UN for that matter, that there should be a ceasefire. I mean, who am I to be against the ceasefire? And there is also a position which was taken much earlier of a two-state solution, which is still something that is something that we should really aspire to have, so that that part of the world can be, the embers can be put out of action, and that part of the world should have the peace. So I really see a situation where the voice of NAM being added
to having a ceasefire and also to having a two-state solution being emphasized, because that is one way. You're not going to throw away Hamas. I mean, you're not going to throw away the Palestinian people because they are part and parcel of the global community. You're not going to throw away the Jewish state, Israel, because they are also part of the global community. Yes. In other words, both these two peoples are actually part and parcel of the global community. And therefore, when we see peace and when NAM, under its auspices, adds their voice to the aspiration that there should be a ceasefire, they are only doing that which is a responsible action, in as far as I'm concerned.
All right, and of course, what you're seeing on your screen right now is what is coming in from the Kampala Serena Hotel, day 2 of the East African Business Forum. What is happening from that side of it, from the business angle, that is something that will definitely also be giving you more updates of the same. As I'm finishing up with my discussion this morning, very much thank you to our guest this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you for your time. Ambassador Henry Maiga, who has been here with us from 7 o'clock. And of course, this has actually been round 2 of our discussions. It's more like extra time if it was a football match. He's the Consul General of Uganda to the Consulate General in Dubai, that is the United Arab Emirates. I'm glad I've actually made this, I've actually come up with these titles quite better this time around. And our conversations were looking at what Uganda can pick up from the summit this particular time as the host nation. We are holding the chairmanship for from 2024 to 2027. So we are definitely holding the secretariat or the chair of the secretariat of NAM for those particular 2 years. So besides that, that is something that you can look at as a nation and be proud of the same. Well, after the break, we have more focus points or more focus areas to look at in regards to our NAM coverage. This is UBC.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
My name is Andrew Chizimula Moiru. I am an Assistant Commissioner of Police and also the Director of Forensic Services, Uganda Police Force. Today we are detailing the interventions from Forensic Services in as far as managing sexual and gender-based violence victims. The Directorate is part of the actors in the management of cases with regard to sexual and gender-based violence, and our role is to offer scientific advisory services as well as examining evidential material as part of the investigation trend. Our key interventions are mainly in the areas of evidence collection, where we make sure that all evidential material that is required in a case has been collected in a forensically verifiable manner, and this sets the stage for the onward investigations. So this evidential material is key for us to proceed with downstream work. As we do collect the evidence, we need to document it according to the procedures that are established. We also further need to ensure that the chain of custody is maintained. And in maintaining this chain of custody down the line, we make sure that these items are examined in the lab, and therefore we offer a report which the investigator utilizes in order to further interrogate the facts thereof, to come to a conclusion as to what could have transpired when an incident happened. During this period of review, we would like to thank our supporters and donors with regard to trainings that we have undertaken. Management of sexual and gender-based violence cases requires teamwork. And in this team, there are very many actors, as mentioned earlier. We are part of the team members, and when we do these trainings, we do them in a joint way. So we do the trainings together with our colleagues from Child and Family Protection. We do the trainings together with our colleagues from Health Services of the police, as well as the DPP and the detectives who lead the investigations. So when we do these trainings are geared at enhancing our capacity to investigate these cases. So we have done a number of these trainings. We have held several cohorts of these trainings, and this has enabled us to firm up our abilities in the management of these cases. After the training and building networks, as well as making sure that we have all honed in our skills, we have now realized that more than 70% of cases that are taken to court, we secure a conviction. I would like to also thank the government of Uganda for equipping the forensic services with additional capabilities in DNA analysis and also toxicological analysis. Many cases involving sexual and gender-based violence will require to examine the evidential material for DNA to identify sources of evidential material, probably blood, semen, and other biological material. But now we are increasingly seeing the utilization of drugs of abuse, especially what we call drug-facilitated sexual assault. So this is where the toxicological capabilities come through. So we would like to thank the leadership of the police for ensuring that the resources are availed to this end. It's important that the victim, who may be a minor or even an adult, should be cared for, because they are likely to hold evidential material that we are looking for. And to ensure that the scene, the wider scene, is not also tampered with. So this is part of the responsibility of you, the first responder, who is likely to be a member of the public. The community leaders are also encouraged to be part of the mechanism of securing the scene by ensuring that witnesses and victims are protected from further harassment by any other persons. The police is there to support you, and we are there to ensure that we investigate these crimes together with our partners from the Office of the DPP, the CID, Child and Family Health Protection, and also the health services of the Uganda Police Force. We thank you all, and we remain steadfast in ensuring that nothing but the truth stands in order to bring those who are culpable for these acts to book. I thank you.
My name is Lucy Ladira. I work at the Governance and Security Program Secretariat, which used to be the JLO Secretariat, and I am the advisor for criminal justice. The Sustainable Development Agenda makes the proposal for the complete eradication and elimination of sexual and gender-based violence by 2030. We are not yet there. The case numbers are high. Right now, we are in the 16 days of activism. What are the things that we want to continue doing? One of the priorities we're doing is to put more resources in scientific management of crime. Sexual violence happens in intimate settings. More often, there are no witnesses. And that means we need science. Science, they say, is the witness that was never there at the scene of crime. Now, once we build the forensics, we have the DNA system working, we ensure that the consumables are available, but also most importantly, that the scene of crime officers and the police officers are adequately and sufficiently trained to be gender responsive and quick to respond to scenes of crime. We will have better case outcomes.
For us as Ministry of Gender, our part in this exercise has been the collection of the victim impact statements collected by the probation officers. These are officers that are based at the district. Some of them are the municipalities, others are in the cities and even the divisions across the country. So these statements, these officers visit households of victims who suffered violence, especially gender-based violence or sexual gender-based violence, to collect information regarding the impact of that act on the victim, but also the family and the community at large.
The quality of justice has greatly improved, and that is shown by the conviction rates that have been improving ever since we started the sessions. When we started in 2018, the conviction rate was 60. In 2019, it was 63. In 2020, it moved to 70. The next year, it was 73. As of last year, the conviction rate was at 80%. Right now, we are able to cost a case. We are also able to appreciate, for example, that the cost of a case at forensics, one case of SGBV, is 4 million shillings because they take 10 samples and each sample costs 400,000.
So other than collecting the victim impact statements, the probation and social welfare officers also do offer other services like psychosocial support. As we know, victims of sexual gender-based violence, as I've just said before, undergo a lot of trauma. So it needs somebody to talk to them, to counsel them, and to restore their hope. So the probation officer does that at the different levels that I mentioned earlier. The probation officer also does referrals. Some of these victims don't even know where to get the services that they require from. So once they come in contact with the probation office, they can be referred to the medical facility, they can be referred to police, they can be referred to other service providers for redress of their issues. The probation officer also links these victims to other services. There is life after the whole thing. We are saying that after sexual gender-based violence has occurred, that should not be the end of the person. The person should resume to live their normal lives. Of course, it takes time, but through services of linkages to programs, can be government programs or non-governmental programs within their communities, these victims and their families are supported to regain their economic stability through joining such programs, such as village.
The Police Directorate of Traffic and Road Safety has issued a route chart to guide the public during key summits in Kampala. The chart gazettes Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo as the main route for guests. Entebbe Expressway to Northern Bypass, connecting to Waisi, Mulago Roundabout, leading to Yusufre Road to Nile Avenue, is another main route gazetted for summit attendees.
It should be noted
that the summit route, which is Kampala-Entebbe Expressway to Speak Resort Munyonyo, covers a stretch from Entebbe International Airport via Kajansi Interchange. The corridor is expected to be tightly regulated and with the diversions and holding of traffic and other road users.
Major diversions established as per the traffic police route chart and G77 plus China summits include Mpala to Entebbe Highway, Kisubi to Nakauka. Those from Entebbe to Kampala will be diverted at Kajansi to Lubowazana. Other diversions are Kigo traffic lights, Mutungo, Sentema, Busabala, and Chibando.
Any motorist approaching Munyonyo and Gaba Road will be diverted to UCB Road to access Buziga Rukuri. At Northern Bypass, there will be a diversion at Busega flyover and at a slip road to restrict vehicles from accessing the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway.
No motorcycles will be allowed on main NAM roads, and those staying along these roads are advised to plan their journeys earlier and follow traffic guidelines.
No motorcycles will be allowed to access the summit route, that is Entebbe Airport to Speak Resort Munyonyo. Some border stages along the summit routes and hotels where the visiting heads of states will be residing will be relocated and absorbed into other stages during the summit period.
Meanwhile, in Kampala Central and Makindye divisions, all border stages are suspended during major summits. At least 48 border stages in Kampala Central have been suspended, and in Makindye division, 190 stages are suspended to allow smooth traffic flow.
We have identified and have commenced the removal of stages from specified summit routes. We have intensified enforcement, and together with the Uganda police, we are rigorously enforcing the Traffic and Road Safety Act.
However, borders can work within these divisions without staging in one position. As KCCA plans to leverage on this directive to implement the City Transport Strategic Plan.
After the summits, and we shall regulate the border stages across the 5 divisions of Kampala, as well as enforce the relevant guidelines. Part of those guidelines shall be, we expect not more than 10 border bikes at each of the stages that I'm going to mention. And these stages are going to be 1 kilometer apart.
The announced route chart by traffic police will be enforced by inter-security agencies with the support from KCCA, effective from 15th till 23rd of January 2024, when these 2 major summits will end. Abdul Nasiri Lobwama and Rogers Komagum for UBC.
Good morning, and thank you so much for being with us on UBC TV as we are in day 2 of the Non-Allied Movement Summit that is running at Speak Resort Munyonyo. We are still living to our pledge of ensuring that we bring everything live to your sitting room, to your office, wherever you are, and whatever media you're using to watch us so that you're well updated with whatever is happening. I'm Robert Chirabonyonyitono, and we want to go down the memory line this time around when Uganda was admitted to NAM. And if you recall very well, this was shortly after independence under the Uganda People's Congress government. Now, joining me on set, I have Ranga Christopher, Head of Ideology, Research, and at Department of the Uganda People's Congress at the National Secretariat. He heads the UPC Ideology School, and at that time, like I said, it was the government in power that fought it and sought it wise for Uganda to be a member of the non-aligned movement, which now comprises of 120 countries. Ranga, you're most welcome.
Thanks very much for hosting me on this Good Morning Uganda program on UBC. My warmest greetings from Honorable Jim Akena, the UPC Party President, UPC Solidarity Uganda House, across Uganda, in the diaspora, and in Africa. They are attentively following this program because NAM is part of our baby.
NAM is part of your baby.
Yes, please.
Rightly said. Now, when we look at history, one would wonder, we had just attained independence, saw it to most of the countries then, and of course they were struggling to ensure that they are not having any problems because they had just gotten independence. But what prompted your government to ensure they are part of NAM?
Actually, there is some untold history of Uganda which revolves around Uganda National Congress that was founded by Ignatius Kanga Vemusas and others in 1952. The outlook of Uganda National Congress was nationalistic, pan-Africanist, and internationalistic in outlook. And indeed, when Ignatius Kanga Vemusas failed in whatever he was doing, he managed to travel to London. And when he reached London, he met international globalists, internationalists of various ideas, who told him that you are wasting time disturbing farmers to do politics. Better go back home, launch a political party, then we shall put you in a greater solidarity, where we see things in a bigger picture, not a smaller picture. Ignatius Kanga Vemusas came back to Uganda, and when he came back to Uganda, he kicked the journey with a very militant slogan: one man, one vote, self-government now. What he was meaning, he wants total democracy, okay? And as he gets total democracy, that democracy should empower him to tackle the challenges of the time. And the challenges of the time were caused by forces of imperialism and forces of colonialism. In other words, it was not a walk in the park. And when you now add up the history, by the mere fact that Ignatius Kanga Vemusas surfaced, also it triggered another political party to surface in 1954. This is the Democratic Party by I think Mugwanya, the grandson to Stanislas Mugwanya. And when it surfaced, the tempo now was moving. Why am I bringing in Uganda National Congress? Because Uganda National Congress, before even it staged a merger, okay, it decided to reach out to the greater world.
Okay.
And by reaching out to the greater world, they realized that younger people have a very active role to play, more than the old guards. And in that sort of arrangement, they went to Mbale and they elected Dr. Apollo Milton Obote in his absentia as the new party president, taking over from Ignatius Kangave Musaz.
Well, sorry to cut you
Yes.
short. Sorry to cut you short. I must inform our viewer that very soon we shall be having a live feed that is from Serena Kampala Hotel, where the president is expected to grace the East Africa Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition that kicked off on Monday, that is yesterday, and will be ending on Wednesday the 18th. This is bringing together people from the business world, most of the private sector, and various guests that have come for the non-allied movement will be there to look at the opportunities that are there for Uganda to benefit in that sector, and it's led by the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda with support from government of Uganda. So that is what is happening at the Kampala Serena Hotel at the East African Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition.
And it is from that outlook of shifting from the old Congress to the younger Congress that we are going now to see the vivid fruits which are linking us to this greater non-aligned movement in its context. Because when now the younger Milton took over, he merged with the Nkwame Nkrumah in Ghana. And indeed the delegation of Uganda National Congress went to Ghana in 1958 and were tutored how they can do the decolonization and independence struggle to its final conclusion.
Yes, because we're seeing Kwame Nkrumah among the founders of NAM. Kwame Nkrumah, then we had Indian Prime Minister, Indonesia President, Yugoslavia President. Yes.
Okay. So now, Kwame Nkrumah, since even hosted the Uganda National Congress, alongside the other liberation parties or groups in Ghana, he tutored them and gave them a way of doing things. Then Dr. Apollo Milton Obote then did a strategic appointment of Kale Kayihura's father, this is Kale, to Cairo. And when he appointed him to Cairo, that is when even more benefits are coming, because now he was working closely with the Egyptian leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, who is one of the founding members of NAM. And among the immediate benefits Uganda National Congress got was to establish a shortwave radio station, which was now beaming across the world and explaining the position of Uganda on so many issues in the context of Uganda National Congress. Then from there, through Kale Kayihura's father, we managed to establish greater solidarity with the Afro-Asian Solidarity Committee, which was based in Cairo. And it is from there now when we are fusing into Asian continent to merge with India, to merge with China, to merge with the Soviet Union, and to merge with East Germany as Uganda National Congress preparing itself for the journey. And the benefits we got immediately was to educate our younger people and other Africans who were taken on the ticket of Uganda National Congress to do further studies. And we also got a lot of assistance to help us to advance the struggle, even like printing machines. Now, later on, it became very clear that unity is the best solution as you are doing independence struggle. Uganda People's Union, which was led by Resiba, and the Uganda National Congress, which was led by Obote, merged on 10th March 1960. And this merger gave a child known as Uganda People's Congress. And this child known as Uganda People's Congress did not settle for the less. He simply said, let us drum up the struggle, get our freedom, get our independence, and articulate all our core values in line.
Well, history, it is very interesting history.
Yes.
But I have to remind our viewers that the images you see on the screen is what is happening at the East Africa Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition at the Serena Kampala, where His Excellency is expected to grace the occasion. Now, this is an exhibition and a forum that is bringing together, that is members of the private sector, both here in Uganda and some of the invited business people there, and also those at the forum to come and look at opportunities that are there and what Uganda is offering for the world to ensure that we do more business, that as we have the political activities happening there, but also the business community is able to tap into this. We're still with my guest this morning, Guranga Christopher, who happens to be the head of ideology research at the Uganda People's Congress. Now, let's quickly bring in when we were admitted and what were the core reasons.
Yes. So at that point, it is very, very important to see the manifesto of Uganda People's Congress, which won the elections which were held in April 1962 to officially form a government on 9th October 1962, though Uganda People's Congress assumed the office on 1st May 1962. Among the issues which were put very clearly, the independence of Uganda is not an end in itself. We have to ensure that all our brothers and sisters are liberated and they are living in a free world. And then we said, we shall not stop in Uganda anybody who works towards humanity, improving the welfare of humanity. We are going to be partners. And because of that, we managed to get as many relations as possible. And we also said, anybody who is opposing any other person towards sovereignty and independence, we don't accept. And we did not just keep it in words, we put it in action, such that from the time we got independence, all our passports were clear. You cannot travel to South Africa or to Portuguese-controlled colonies because they are practicing a system we don't agree with. And we said we are against apartheid in South Africa. And we made it clear at OAU, at the birth of OAU, that is 22nd to 25th May 1963, that we are ready to offer Uganda as a ground to train freedom fighters who would like to liberate their country, as a firm commitment as members of the founding body.
Which was very much in line with the reasons why NAM was formed, because it was basically to ensure that these countries that have not gotten independence get independence. Those that have just gotten independence fight decolonization and imperialism.
Then the other element which most Ugandans and the other Africans don't understand, UPC formed the first government. And it was UPC which now, which was a founding body driving Uganda to several bodies internationally.
Okay, Ranga, now let's try to be a little bit brief.
Yes.
Because in your head is plenty of history, plenty of research. But I'm very much interested how you come into NAM. Was it through application as a country, how Uganda we got there? Was it by application? Was it something because we had the late Kalechezi close to the likes of Nkwame Nkrumah and Assur of Egypt, then Nassas? How do we get there?
Yeah, we are getting there through our manifesto, through the journey Ignatius Kangave Musazi had walked. And that journey now was merged with the UPU. And we came with a solid, clear-cut constitution which believes in nationalism, undiluted, Pan-Africanism, undiluted.
Let me do it this way.
Internationalism.
Today, South Sudan, South Sudan is applying to be part of the non-allied movement. So by those days, what I want to know, was it through application? Was it through brotherhood? Was there a summit that Uganda came to and was introduced as the new member?
I would not give all those details specifically, but NAM welcomes anybody who is determined not to be commanded by America and not to be commanded by Soviet Union. And Uganda was in that category. Uganda, we wanted our socialism headquartered at Uganda House, plot number 8 to 10, Kampala Road.
Okay, that...
so we are good partners in NAM, because we are for independence, we are for nationalism, we are for the well-being, we are for the integration. What we are talking, we are practicing it. So we are directly fitting in NAM. And almost all NAM leaders, we had worked with them before. I've told you that in Egypt, we appointed Kale Kayihura as the father. Then in the DRC, before the killing of Lumumba, UNC had already appointed there Charles Onyutu as our ambassador. So we are so much blood. We are playing in World Cup if it is football.
You're taking us to AFCON at this time, which is the tournament going on for the African countries. Now, by then, how strong was NAM at that time?
Oh, my dear. When you talk of NAM, from its formative days, throughout the 60s, throughout the 70s, you are talking of great players. Nehru, for instance, was a great player in India.
Very much.
And when he died and his daughter, Gandhi, took over, Indira Gandhi became a global player. Okay? Come to Tito, Yugoslavia, before it got disentangled. Tito was a Second World War veteran. And being a Second World War veteran, it is not child's play. And the vision he had for NAM from the formative days transformed Yugoslavia as a model for everybody to acquire the technology and be up there. In your neighborhood there, the International Conference Center, you see, it is part of Yugoslavia through a NAGO project. Go to Zambia, they have it as their national parliament.
Actually, the first official launch and sitting of NAM happened in Yugoslavia.
Yes, okay. So you are seeing that these big brothers and sisters in NAM were very much formidable and with a better outlook. Come to Fidel Castro in Cuba. He said, if there is confusion in Zaire, Lumumba, you are being killed, my ally, Che Guevara, go and explore, go and find out. And Che Guevara was here in the DRC. Then when Angola was under serious trouble, that MPLA was going to lose the seat in Rwanda, they talked to the Congolese who were refugees there that, can you hold the Rwanda temporarily? We are coming in. Then Fidel Castro sent in not only 1,000 troops, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. And then Fidel Castro and his troops started reorganizing, others with the Mulungushi Club, others with Zimbabwe, with the South African refugees, and they staged a major battle at Pwitokano Valley. This is the one which now changed the entire map of Southern Africa.
Now, that said, when you look at one of the principles of NAM is resolving conflict through peaceful solutions. NAM then, when you talk about the likes of the leaders you've talked about, and during the struggle for independence, maintaining independence, how did then this happen if dialogue was their main way of doing things?
Dialogue has been the main way of how NAM should do business.
No fighting.
But when a NAM member is being threatened, okay, other players who have understood the issue will rise up to protect the sovereignty of that very country which is under threat. And indeed, Rwanda was protected. And as Rwanda was protected, we managed now to see the big picture of South Africa apartheid troops surrendering that we have been beaten. And it is that entire muscle of Fidel Castro and the other allies which now brought Britain, America, South Africa, and their allies on the table to find out a decent end game in the confusion in Southern Africa. And that battle of Kwitakono Valley is known as the Liberation Day within Southern Africa. And they honor it, they respect it. But that battle was not only made that side, it had started much earlier in Tanzania at Kongwa, because it is Tanzania which first started that military training and diplomatic training of liberation forces.
When we
Then
talk
Zambia
about
came in.
the initial formation of NAM, rotating about around 5 major leaders of the world: the Ghana, the Indonesia, Yugoslavia, Egypt, India as well. Now, NAM in initial stages, like you've mentioned, its strength was very vivid. But were these acting as individuals, or was it like we are seeing in modern day today, where there are conferences, then they take a position?
No, actually what was happening, I'm privileged that I have lived in Zambia for over 15 years, and I married from there. Okay. Now, what it means, like now if you take the greater picture of NAM, okay, these other leaders,
Cohesion, agreements,
like Sukarno, Fidel Castro, they had an opportunity to live longer, okay? And for the world to know them, and for the world to know, don't offend India in this manner. Don't offend Indonesia in this manner. Alone they can take on you. And once they draw in a voice of Pan-Africanism, you can be in real trouble. Now, when it comes to Africa, we're a bit unfortunate. Our torchbearers, Nkwame Nkrumah and Abdul Gabriel Nasser, died. And there was a vacuum. Now, that vacuum was immediately picked up by Kaunda, Nyerere, and Obote in their arrangement of Mulungushi Club, which was sharing the same values like of NAM. And indeed, I have to say, in 1970, Zambia hosted NAM. Zambia hosted NAM conference by that time. So the sort of issues in Africa, because we had lost Nkrumah, we had lost Lumumba, we had lost Nasser, remained more on the shoulders of Nyerere, Kaunda, and Obote. But still the international community felt that this trio, they are becoming very strong. We needed to do something. And the soft target was found to be Uganda. And Uganda was arm-twisted with the Amin coup of 25th January 1971. But through the understanding of Mulungushi Club and NAM, they said, no, we have to reverse the events of 1971 coup in Uganda. That is how now wholeheartedly most of these players are taking a keen interest in seeing that Amin does not get a breathing space. And when Amin was kicked out, then non-aligned movement in Uganda gained more momentum and more political expression. Okay.
Well, I'm just reminding our viewers that anytime His Excellency is expected to grace the ongoing East African Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition going on at the Serena Kampala Hotel, where we are having the Private Sector Foundation bring in members of the private sector in Uganda, not only for the forum, but for the exhibition, for our visitors to come and look at the opportunities, also buy, but also see how best we promote investment? As we're having the political sessions are happening at the Speak Resort, Munyonyo, but also how do we ensure that the business community, how do we ensure that we crack deals? And I'm eager to know at the end of the day, how many deals, what would be cracked or closed following this wonderful East Africa Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition. But I'm still with Ranga Christopher, who happens to be the head of ideology and research at the Uganda People's Congress and the head of the UPC Ideology School, with whom we are looking at the history of the non-aligned movement and over the years, what have been the achievements since Uganda was admitted or became a member. Now, rightly said, NAM helped so much, according to you, to shape the political terrain and a number of countries that were going through trying times then. But one question that runs in our mind, NAM is quite old, 1961.
Yes.
And it is a non-structured organization.
Yes, please.
A non-structured movement.
Yes.
You'll find that it doesn't have a secretariat. There is no clear funding, if we are to say. Some organizations have been able to have these in place. Why is it this way?
I think you are going to realize that some of these organizations, when they are unstructured, they can even be more effective.
Okay.
I will give you one or two examples. Okay. This Mulungushi Club we talk about, and we praise very much of Kaunda, Nyerere, Obote, it did not have club rules as such, but they came together through that shared vision. And whatever was happening in Tanzania was shared in Zambia, was shared in Uganda. Whatever was happening in Zambia, similarly was shared across. And when we left this country here, we found a lot of up-to-date literature in all the libraries of Zambia about Uganda. So that is the beauty. But you never saw any office of Mulungushi Club in Kampala, much as you never saw any office of Mulungushi Club in Tanzania or in Zambia, though it was founded at Mulungushi Rock of authority. Okay? That is one example. Why they were trying to do that, or to put it in that manner, all the members of non-aligned movement share a similar background. They were under imperial oppression. They were under colonial oppression. And when they liberated themselves, the philosophy was fraternity, equality, integration, brotherhood. Now that brotherhood does not allow you that have this as a boss, have this as the headquarter. Anybody can be.
Because yes, rightly said, they're all considered equal, they all have equal vote, veto in everything.
Yes, anybody can be, okay? And it is how brotherhood is spoken about and practiced, okay? And they were very jovial leaders. Get a photograph of non-aligned meeting in Zambia, and you see them, how they are lined up. Very jovial, very friendly, very understanding. Okay? So you find that non-aligned movement has survived the problems United Nations is having. United Nations is, everybody is saying, no, I qualify to be on the Security Council. Okay? Why aren't we on the Security Council? But in non-aligned movement, you are not going to hear that because the principle is equality. Okay? Since the principle is equality, it is okay. And you are not going to hear that so and so has failed to pay dues or fees. Okay? As it is disturbing OAU, as it is disturbing United Nations. For AU, I think much of it is China helping out, okay? For United Nations, much of it is USA helping out. And some few countries have the powers to decide on the rest. But in NAM, since it is greater solidarity, greater brotherhood, you don't have that, okay? And it means that now NAM can operate with the minimum costs and with less conflict. True brotherhood spirit. It is what we need. It is what we like. It is what can take the country and the member states ahead.
Now,
That
a big question,
yes.
having explained that very well, I must say, because some people have been looking at it as a weakness. But then you brought out that that is a strength,
yes.
what people think is a weakness. Now, let's look at the binding of agreements among members in this movement.
Yes.
Those days, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, Nasser, when you look at Indian president and all these, at a time, you said it was more of gentlemen and solidarity.
Yes.
Today we have issues where many times NAM has been criticized.
Yes,
the Baku Declaration, how the implementation, how binding are they to member states? Because now it is not about brother, let's help a brother in need. Now some of these touch political ways of doing things.
I think NAM got a setback. And the setback is more as a result of the collapse of Berlin Wall and the collapse of Soviet Union. Those that now made the world to be looking or to be forced to look in one direction. And this direction now was America calling the shots. Because Soviet Union has collapsed, okay? China cannot take up the mantle. India cannot take up the mantle, okay? And the USA, as now calling the shots, took advantage of that situation to impose as many negative policies on a number of NAM countries. And the consequences of those negative policies, we have never recovered. Of course, some were not triggered by America, because Africa's problem has been the Arab-Israeli war of early 1970s, which triggered the oil prices and triggered the inflation. Africa by that time was developing wings together with a number of non-African and non-aligned countries elsewhere in Asia and the Caribbean. And they had set up a lot of infrastructure projects, which some realized that with the collapse of the world economy because of the Arab-Israel war, you cannot push on, cut it down. Others did not realize it, and they accumulated a debt. Now, this debt we are suffering today did not start today. It is traced in early 1970s. Now, when the Soviet Union collapsed and America took over, America put a condition that in order to get an assistance from IMF and World Bank, you have to do structural adjustment programs. You have to throw away your public corporations, you have to throw away your public enterprises, and you have to declare your country private-driven economy. Now, mostly African leaders who are very stubborn and militant like Nyerere, they said on our dead bodies, we are not accepting such type of reforms. Even Kaunda himself, I was at Makerere, when Kaunda kicked out to IMF and World Bank, and we all jumped up, we shouted, we supported the Kaunda, okay, because of that determination. And domestically now is told the Zambians, go for local things. And things became tough. They engineered the strikes for him, and eventually Kaunda had to leave power in 1991, but he had showed us. Now, all other subsequent governments which came in killed off their public corporations. Now, Africa and any African countries, They give you the urban side of it, which is well developed, but they don't give you the rural side of it. Now, when you just rush for privatization, the investors will come.
I want to know how that rich history
Yes.
you're giving us hinders these African countries, the 120 countries, sitting in a particular city and saying this and this is what you have agreed, but implementation becomes a problem, or their resolutions are not by much as some may try to say we've been part of this election. How does that hinder?
It hinders you because you are economically crippled. When you are economically crippled, you can't talk tough. The debt burden is so heavy on your shoulders.
Which is one of the major issues they are facing.
And you have to feed your people today, tomorrow, and in the future. And the food is not there because they have taken away all your control on a number of things. And you are seated there waiting for your fate. Now, you find that a number of NAM countries got that syndrome. And they got it because Soviet Union had collapsed. And there was one single superpower. And the single superpower took advantage of the situation. And when they took advantage of the situation, they now imposed the conditions under structural adjustment program. And the structural adjustment program has never rescued any African country out of poverty. Indeed, it enhances poverty because all the resources generated, you have already signed against them that you are free to take them away. Me, I'm ready to wait here. If you give me something in terms of royalty, you give me, or if you feel that there is a tax you want to pay me, pay me. A very practical example is this. Ghana is exporting its oil. But out of the $5.5 billion which has come out of that export since they started, Ghana has only harvested less than $100 million.
Well, time seems to be flying, but Ranga, with that explanation,
yes,
we are having this summit in Uganda. We are going to take chairmanship of the summit for the next 3 years. Where do you see the future of NAM in relation to its core values of being formed and established?
The future of NAM will depend heavily on how we sober down, on how we take a personal reflection. And some NAM countries have already started taking a personal reflection. And one of the countries taking a personal reflection is now Uganda. Okay? Uganda realized that to remove herself from the skies is very suicidal. The Uganda Airlines, which had been buried some good years, now is back. And we participated and we saw it. Now the language is not only Uganda Airlines. They are talking of regional airlines and possibly continental airlines. They are seeing a bigger picture. The other element now, where again NAM is starting to wake up and individual countries to wake up, they are realizing that they are having a lot of youthful population. What do you do to the youthful population? You don't meet its demands, you can be squeezed or trapped in the corner. And all NAM countries are concerned, how do we handle the youth badge? Okay? This means that now the youth should be brought to the front line, should be planned for, should be catered for, okay? And should be made to feel that they are the leaders now and the leaders of tomorrow. Okay? And if you don't do that, you may have an experience of Khartoum, where these youth can mobilize their youth brigades and you get caught up somewhere. So NAM and its membership must look at the youth. Okay. Then NAM must resolve. I remember when late Julius Nyerere was very much involved in NAM activities, south to south activity. They were talking of debt rescheduling, or even becoming stubborn that give us this breathing space from this time to this time, and we don't pay debt. Okay. Then they are talking of genuine transfer of technology among themselves. Like now, a country like India has made a breakthrough. And with that breakthrough, we should remind the Indians that you are the ones who helped us to establish Chinyala Sugar Works. We need more. You are the one who helped us to enjoy our life in rural areas with heroes bicycles. We are still riding those bicycles, though in dead shape. Come and help us put a plant here. You are the ones who helped us to kickstart Tata schools. Our roads are still comfortable with Tata. Come and we transfer technology. And at that time, we only knew you in that technology. But all our important patients are airlifted to India. Can you help us establish a specialized hospital and you run it? And we tap in. Okay? We need to look at all those things and negotiate them. And remind them that in the days of Nehru, in the days of Indira Gandhi, it was not market forces. It was solidarity. Can we rekindle? Can we do that? India is the one which has been training most of our specialized people at higher levels, how those doing presidential escorts, what have you. We still want that technology. Cuba, you have been helping us. Can we continue with that help? Okay. Yes, we need all that. Okay. And now we are happy that also South Africa has joined in after their successful black rule. They have joined in. Now we are having a muscle. Nigeria, we told them cool down.
Now there, Ranga, you're looking at the economic element.
Yes.
But let's look at the political questions. Yesterday during, which was the opening and the first day, we looked at many from the Arab states that wanted the issue of Palestine to be included as one of the key issues to be discussed. Now, these may not be necessarily members, but when we have these big questions, we have member states in NAM that, much as diplomatically they may come together, but maybe one country could be supporting. You see these counter accusations, rebels from here. Just look at the members within the East African community.
Yes.
What you're having there. So how does NAM address these political questions, which was maybe easier in the beginning because now they are all fighting colonial rule?
It is very possible for NAM to address those issues because, as you see, NAM as an organization is part of the United Nations. It is a matter of having a common voice here. And when you have a common voice here, you present it to United Nations that indeed now we don't want any more bloodshed in Gaza. Okay? We don't need any more bloodshed in Gaza. What we need are the guns to silence. And when the guns are silenced, okay, then we do the humanitarian work. And as we do the humanitarian work, at the same time also, we go ahead now to do the post-Gaza crisis. What is at stake there, okay? Because the situation in those areas may be more or less the situation the way it was in South Africa. You could not believe that the Boers would one day wake up that you people, this thing has become so hot for us. Let us sit and discuss. Okay, you could not imagine it. Okay, but so many initiatives were taken, and the allies of the apartheid government in South Africa were told off that America, Britain, please, can you behave? Okay, that is how they had even compromised Zimbabwe Rhodesia until Obasanjo. It was Obasanjo of Nigeria. Squeezed Britain and said, I'm going to close down BP. This is British Petroleum. If you don't act positively on Zimbabwe. And such a tough voice can change things. So Nana Lindi has to go back to the core values, to the inspiration leaders, come up with sober resolutions. Then follow up those resolutions within UN. Follow up those resolutions within other platforms, okay? And see how most of these political problems can be resolved. I must say this, when you are resolving political problems which are of intricate nature, it is not like a mathematical equation that 2 plus 3 is 5, okay? It takes the time. It takes the time. And it has certain cycles. So we need to be more patient. We give diplomacy a chance, okay? And we put up some safeguards. If we can agree on sanctions, there is no country which can survive sanctions. At least it is an act in solidarity. Then we increase the propaganda. South Africa, few people would have taken interest in it if it was not for Soweto uprising. Soweto uprising where school children were murdered like that. And that powerful man who took those powerful photographs died some few months ago. Only that photograph from Soweto uprising managed to capture world attention and to bring thinking.
Well, Ranga, I must leave room for yet another way of programming, ensuring that Ugandans are well following what is transpiring as we host this NAM summit in this country. I just want to thank you so very much for your time and, of course, this rich history and looking at the NAM then and NAM today and how best we can make best use of this movement that brings together 120 countries. We are still expecting His Excellency to be at the Serena Kampala Hotel, where he will be gracing the East African Investment Forum and Trade Exhibition that kicked off yesterday, a side event along the Non-Aligned Movement Summit happening at Speak Resort in Munyonyo. See you later on. Have a good day.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Thank you. Hello, Eric. Come and see my new home.
Are you looking for the best quality paint for your dream home? Be part of the new revolution with our Global Paint Silk Vinyl that gives you beautiful, shining interior walls, as WeatherCoat gives you never fading and strongly guarded walls against bad weather conditions. Located along Namavi Industrial Park, Global Paints, a reliable product.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us towards new horizons. It was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
I'm powered by Africa.
Oryx, service stations, powered by Africa.